Right, let's do this new game. We've got to go through character creation. Krav, thank you for 80 months, sir. Psycho Man with 11. What difficulty should we play it on? A balanced adventure full of challenging choices, or a tough campaign emphasizing strategic combat? I never know with these games how they've... I never know how they've tilted it. The problem with this is some games can go too far and it becomes like literally unplayable, have to keep reloading, and it's annoying. And sometimes this is too easy and you're like, yeah, I want a bit more of a challenge than that. I don't know where this game sits. One firefighter. Not. I don't think I played two. I might have done. It seems hard enough unbalanced from what I've seen. Okay, that's good to know. You can change it on the fly, yeah. Tactician is pretty tough. Alright, let's go balanced, and then if it looks like it's not challenging, we'll up it. Cutscene hype. Why is my screen doing 1012 FPS right now? Game, please. 1028 FPS in 4K. And... okay. That looks like a Githyanki, I think. Is that a Mind Flayer? I recognise the... that's got to be a Mind Flayer. Thank you, King Orson. Oh no. Where's this going? Eee. This reminds me of that Star Trekker. Remember that Star Trek where they did that? Yikes. Oh, that is amazing. Look at that. Oh, I guess... oh, is this one for us? Oh, lovely. Can I not? Can I say no? No, no. No. Oh, geez. Yeah, that is a hard pass.
Who are you?
Who are you? Okay, so that's an interesting start to the game. So we've just had something put in our eyeball, I think. Lindo, thank you for gifting sub to Fresh Prince. Halogen, thank you 37. Sharktooth of 49. Thank you very much. WH, thanks for 65. Right. Let's have a look at the classes. So I think I've had a quick look on the website, like just through the different classes and stuff. Obviously, I'm aware of a lot of these anyway, but I'm thinking I might play a warlock. I thought about going fighter wizard, multi-class, but I think on balance, I want to do a lot of magic stuff. And I quite like the look of the warlock. Yeah, I'm going to have to move the chat. I don't know where the chat should sit in this game. I literally have no clue. But we will have to... we'll just put it here for now. And then we'll figure it out later. Worms don't gross you out, it's spiders that do. So yeah, warlock. Randomize appearance. They're just getting progressively taller and smaller, aren't they? Look. That's well cool. Let's pick a race. Oh my god. Slip the Otter, thank you for 17 months. Lindoa, thank you for gifting sub to Milwack. Scotty, thank you for gifting sub to Morbid Robbo. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Let's see. A half-orc warlock. Okay, what do you get? 9 meters, dark vision to 12 meters, relentless endurance. If you reach 0 hit points, you regain 1 hit point instead of becoming down. That is stupid powerful. Savage attacks. When you land a critical hit with a melee weapon, your damage dice are tripled instead of doubled. Not really going to be good for a warlock. I plan on staying a bit ranged, I think. Dragonborn. Can you zoom in? Oh, nice. Look at the detail on that. That is fab. I did turn on Twitch integration, Disanator. I don't know if it's working or not. There was an option in the game to turn it on, so I turned it on. So hopefully it is. But I don't really know what it does. A gnome. Hey! Hang on. How do we get... Okay. I've said to Sean that he's going to be joining the party at some point. I think that's Sean, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh, maybe that's Sean actually. I'm not sure. Is that more pups, do you think? That is a splendid look. That is a full-on Twitch look right there. I love that. That is absolutely brilliant. I don't know if Pups is in chat right now. Somebody give him that screenshot. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Base racial speed, 7.5 meters per turn. You have advantage on intelligence, wisdom, charisma throw. Nice. There is, of course, the halfling. Maybe Pups is more of a halfling. Twitch integration lets viewers vote for dialogue options to see your character stats, but only works when in-game. Oh, okay, Baz. Maybe that's more Pups. I'm not sure. Oh, well, that... Do you know what? That could be him. That could be him if he styled his hair slightly differently. Can you actually make him... Oh my god, that's just amazing. Oh, that is amazing. Anyway, I'm not going with that. Half-elf, warlock maybe. 9 meters. Weapon proficiency I don't need. Dark vision, I'm thinking dark vision will be useful. Dwarf. I love the fact that Pups is not here. That's just the best. The fact that he's missed all of that. Don't think I want a Dwarven Warlock anyway, if I'm perfectly honest with you. Githyanki Warlock. I'm not a massive fan of Githyanki. If I'm honest. Human usually is boring in D&D. Pikes, halberds. Select an additional skill to be proficient in. Your carrying capacity is increased by a quarter. Blimey. They've actually given the humans something good. You sent him some screenshots. Now, Drow could be good. Drow or a tiefling. Or even an elf. Any of these three. Let's see what they do. Base racial, elven weapon training. Longbow. I think it might be good to have a bow or something. Some other range thing if I run out of spell power. He was in chat, Anamichi. I think he's gone making a cup of tea. Dark vision. Hellish resistance. You have resistance to fire damage, taking only half damage from it. Yeah, it's not too bad. Drow weapon training. Proficient with a rapier, short sword, and a hand crossbow. Hand crossbow could be useful. 24 meter dark vision. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Ooh. Ooh, now that's interesting. Magic can't put you to sleep. So charisma's the primary stat, isn't it, for a warlock? Which means we could go down... Yeah, we could go down the road of... we could go down the road of, like, intimidation, persuasion. Because apparently the game is, like, really, really flexible in letting you do what you want to do. So I'm thinking, as well as all of the usual hack and slash, I'd kind of like to play around with trying to persuade characters to do things. Or intimidate them to do things. Or charm them to do things. Like, get in their heads a bit. Maybe there's some warlock abilities that will let us mind control them or, you know what I mean, do some stuff to them. I won't be here all day. But it is like configuring a truck. It's got to be done right. You don't want to play a game this big with the wrong character. 10 hit points, that's not bad. +1 initiative, that's pretty nice. Pretty low strength. Low saving throws. Probably can't carry a lot either. Dexterity. I think we probably need a reasonable dex, don't we? Constitution, intelligence. Okay. All right, let's go with Drow. Subrace. Lothsworn Drow or Seldarine Drow. Papadopoulos, thank you for 17 months. Slip, thank you for 70. Raised by Lol's cult, Lol, in the Menzo Berazan, these Drow embody the virtues of their corrupt and merciless goddess. Lolth marks her followers with bright red eyes, and so those in the Underdark will learn to fear them on sight. As opposed to Seldarine Drow, can be found seeking allies from all over Faerun, aiming to settle their conflict with Lolth and each other by any means necessary. Alright, pups. How you doing? The trouble with Skyrim can be awesome. You need about 1 million mods just to make it look good. I think if this is... I kind of want my character to be a little bit... He's not going to be a good character. I think we'll play a bit of a scoundrel, shall we say. Bit of a troublemaker. What on earth? Do you want somebody tall? This is literally size, isn't it? That's very Twitch. Sometimes you have to be a little naughty. I think, what? How is that a drow? Come on. Give me a break. What the? Yeah, I know you can edit appearance. I'm just trying to get... That's... He just looks dead. That's insane. He looks like he lost all the colour from his cheeks. That looks like a wig. That guy has a wig. Without a doubt. No, I've not done your character yet, pups. That will only happen when we get to that part of the game. Doesn't really look mean enough. Oh, you look mean. You look very mean. What's that? That's like a little nick on his face. I think I need some V-Sync on. V-Sync on this thing. Triple buffering. Oh. Let's try double. That doesn't seem to tear as much. It's a shaving cut, yeah. Maturity. Wait, that was Wait, that's him at his youngest? What? I thought the maturity had already been slid up. Freckle quality. I don't think you'll see much of that. Freckle intensity. Vitiligo pigmentation. Yikes! What the heck is this? Oh, that's terrifying. What's that about? Yeah, I think we'll leave that off. Skin color, dark tone. Nice and dark and evil. Confirm that. Male voice.
Where to next?
What was that?
Don't know, what was that?
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Hells.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Well, that sounds a bit Diablo. I'm not really hearing anything evil.
It's opened.
More of those wretched things.
No.
There's magic keeping the...
Where to next?
What was that?
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Hells.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
It'll have to be that one. I'm not loving any of them, if I'm perfectly honest with you. Body art. Do we want body art? We've got to have some body art. We're a warlock. Ooh. I love that. Fake beard. Brilliant. Is that a beard? No. It's a tattoo. I had a beard tattooed on my face. I might have to mess with his hair. It looks a bit ridiculous. Ooh, that's good. Yikes. Who drew the map contour on his face? That looks a bit druid, I think. Oh, I like the Matrix look. How big's the download? For me, it was 126 gigabytes. Oh, you can change the colour of tattoo as well. That's insane. Wowzers, look at this. That is nuts. So you could make it match the colour of the hair as well. That's pretty cool, actually. Ragnarok, thank you for 2 months. Tattoo intensity. Yeah, I like that. Brown Fire's piercing style. What's that? Midnight Tears? We'll go none on that. Eyes. Pink. Allows the selection of 2 different eye colours. Ooh. Makeup. You can change this is insane. Right, okay, so you can change the colour of that. You can make that. Oh wow, that's nuts. Some kind of bluish tint to it, maybe. Bit of a teal look going on. Are you making a warlock or a drag queen? Why not both? I might change the hairstyle. I haven't confirmed that yet. Make intensity, gloss tint level. Oh, look at that. Change like the tint on it. I'm not seeing much going on with this. There we go. Here's the hair. Right, what are we on? This is going to drastically change the character. There we go. Now we're getting there. What the... Hello, I'm Lord Farquhar. Brilliant. Nope, that's not scary enough. You can't be an evil warlock and just turn up with a hairstyle that is not intimidating. That's a lot of hair. Hang on, maybe we should change the color of it. We need something intimidating. What's an intimidating color? Quite like that tint. That's quite a nice look, that. Aqua with orange highlights. I'm not really seeing the highlights on this. But now I see it. Highlight intensity. Ooh. Interesting. My God, the range that you can go through. Just mad. There's also split screen. What do you mean? Trying to pick up this blue. That's not a bad hairstyle. Flaunting bounce. That's very organised. Right, Dave. Strangely, you bought this today. Have you, Dave? Didn't know you was into RPG stuff. That's a big no. That's... I like the scruffiness of that. If you're going to be evil, you got to be a little bit scruffy. That's rather intimidating. Maybe big hair is the way to go. Maybe that is the way to go. All casters have long hair. The length of your hair dictates your mana pool. So I heard. I'm not sure if I like that or not. I definitely don't like these. That's a little bit regal. You just wait till we have to pick a name for this person. I just... No idea. Right, where's the one I liked? Is that it? I might have to go back and just edit that makeup slightly. There's the body art colour. These colours are not the same. Interesting, you can't pick anything blue. What's that? Metallic tint level. Ooh. We're getting there. Get blue eyes, just tick all colours. Ah. All eye colours. That is a deep blue. That's more warlock. That's a warlock look. Now we're looking a bit menacing. I am not somebody to be trifled with, is the look we're going for here. Glossy look is hilarious. Construction sim. We'll have to go back when we've got Sommy back. Right, done my hair. Facial hair. Nah. Okay. So we've got that look sorted out. We've got our sub-race sorted out. Class is Warlock. Cantrips. Right. Selected. Eldritch Blast and Blade Ward. Blade Ward, Abjuration, take half damage from bludgeoning, piercing, slashing attacks. Bone Chill, Eldritch Blast is D10 force beam of crackling energy. Friends, gain advantage on charisma checks against non-hostile creatures. That is something I want to do, but can't really choose that initially. Mage Hand lets you manipulate objects. This I'm interested in doing. Because I want to know if the game will let you use the Mage Hand to, like, I don't know, shut a gate across a canyon, or, you know, lower a bridge that you can't get to easily. You know, can you do it in the game? Will it let you do it? Never let Squirrel do any my makeup. Don't worry, I don't do makeup. Minor Illusion. That's the other thing I'd like to try, is illusion spells. Create an illusion that compels nearby creatures to investigate. Like the whole crowd-controlled distraction thing I want to try. A poison spray. That sounds fun. True Strike. Gain advantage on your next attack roll. Pretty decent. Right, we've got to have Eldritch Blast. I don't know what else we can take. Subclass, here we go. Select subclass. Warlocks in service to fiends work towards corrupting destructive ends, intentionally or otherwise, and receive hellish blessings in return. Armor of Agathis. Gain 5 temporary hit points and deal 5 cold damage to any creature that hits you with a melee attack. That is nice. That is very nice. Arms of Hadar. Necrotic 2d6. Subclass Fiends. Dark One's Blessing. When you reduce a hostile creature to 0 hit points, this gift from your patron grants you 4 temporary hit points. Ooh. GCFC John, thank you for 83. Valesia, thank you for tier 253. Boss Hazza with 15. And Heapster. Dude! Heapster's just at 100 months. Hang on. I'm going to bring up my dashboard. Dashboard. Where are we? Roles manager. Mr. Heapster. Let me copy your name so I get it right. Add new. There he is. VIP. Saved. You, sir, are now VIP. Thank you very much for 100 months of subscription support. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Typical puppet. Thank you for subbing. The Great Old One. What do we get from that? Dissonant Whispers. Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Mortal Reminder. Hang on. Armour of Agathis is something that we absolutely want, but I can only get from this one, I think. Sleep, Fairy Fire. Dissonant Whispers. Frighten a creature away, always useful. Hideous Laughter. Oh man, I never used to use this in D&D. Basically, you can only cast it on intelligent creatures. Well, they can't be completely stupid. Intelligence 5. And then it makes them roll around on the floor for 10 turns laughing. A bit like pups. That's a good spell against the right enemy. This is a tough one. Like, I really would like these spells, but I kind of feel like I have to have this. So I guess we'll go with the Fiend. Maybe we can learn those later, I don't know. Maybe. Spells, here we go. Armour of Agathis. Arms of Hadar. Did we just get that from there? We did. Subclass features. See, I like this. If we kill something or get it down to 0, we get 4 temporary hit points. That is amazing. You can respec later. Charm person. Oh, how useful is that? Charm a humanoid to prevent it from attacking you. So you can't mind control it, but you can stop it attacking you. That can be useful. Command a creature to flee. Gain dash immediately as a bonus action until this spell ends. Hellish Rebuke. 2d10 fire damage delayed. React to your next attacker with flames. What? Wait, you can put that on yourself? And then as soon as something hits you, it takes fire damage. Very low level spell in terms of damage, but gives them a disadvantage. So that's not bad. Protection from evil and good. Witch Bolt. Link yourself to a target with a bolt of lightning. Deal 1 to 12 damage each turn. Wait, what? Deal 1 to 12 damage each turn by activating it. Blimey. I mean, I can always select these differently later, can't I? Background. Okay. Now we're getting into the RP side of things. Acolyte. You spent your life in service to a temple? Nope. Charlatan. You're an expert in manipulation, prone to exaggeration, and more than happy to profit from it. Liking the sound of this. Bending the truth and turning allies against each other will lead to greater success down the road. Gives you deception, lie and cheat, manipulate the truth, and sleight of hand. That's a dex check though, that's the problem. That's okay, but that's a dexterity skill. I should pick, what do you mean, John Bly? Pick something, what do you mean? What, I thought I had picked something, hadn't I? I have picked stuff here, haven't I? I'm not sure what you're saying. I feel like I've misunderstood something. A criminal. You have a history of breaking the law and survive by leveraging less than legal connections. Profiting from criminal enterprises will lead to greater opportunities, skills, deception, and stealth. Again, charisma dex. Entertainer. Acrobatics and performance. Nah. Folk hero. You're a champion of the common people. Guild artisan. Nope. Noble. You're raised by a family among the social elite, accustomed to power and privilege, accumulating renown, power, and loyalty will raise your status. Gives you history and persuasion. Persuasion's useful. Outlander. You grew up in the wild, surviving from the comforts of civilization. Strength and wisdom, no good for us. No good for us. Intimidation, not really. Okay, I think it comes down to either history to get the persuasion skill, or criminal to get deception, lie and treat, manipulate. I like the sound of that. Or charlatan. Wait a minute, we get deception on both of these. Okay, so then it's a choice of do we want sleight of hand or stealth? Melt into the shadows helps with hiding, or sleight of hand, steal stuff. That one. Okay. So this is going to be us, right? We're going to lie and cheat, manipulate the truth, and then we're going to steal stuff. I like this. This guy is going to be such a scumbag. There's also a great Twitch plugin. What do you mean? Yes, it's the start of the game. So we've got our background, abilities. Speedy, thank you for 70 months. Thank you very much. Typical Puppet, thank you very much for subbing, by the way. It isn't enabled without going into the dashboard. I have it turned on in the game. I'm not sure what else I need to do. Okay, so Charisma's our main stat. We've got a +2 bonus assigned to it. A +1 is in Dex. Now, the... If we put the one in that, what would that give us? We do need a bit of Dex, so I think we'll go 13 on the Dex. 14's okay for now. It's an overlay that has to be enabled, like Twitch Prime. Every character you make in the game turns out to be a scumbag. That's not entirely true. I mean... It's not far from the truth. It's not entirely true. I mean, playing good characters is not quite as fun as playing scumbags. So what do I have to do, pups? Do I have to click on that, do I? Baldur's Gate extensions. Baldur's Gate 3 companion. Here we go. Install. You must configure this third party before you go live. Before you go live. Are you serious? Once active, you can manage the extension by visiting the extensions manager. What's in overlay 1? That's the prime reminder. So it would go there. I don't think I can install it, but I don't know if it's going to work. Okay, we'll put that there. You said you will activate every time you set your stream's category to Baldur's Gate 3. When you switch to a different category, it will deactivate. Okay. It's set to overlay 1. Refresh your page and see if it works. You see it. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, proficiencies. Intimidation. I like the sound of that. Performance, persuasion. Deception +5. I love this. See, having good charisma is often overlooked in D&D. So we can choose what? 2 of 2. Intimidation is a must. If you're proficient in skill, you add a bonus to these skills, making you more likely to succeed. So we can take Arcana, recognize magic, interact with enchanted items. All of these are intelligence abilities. There's a drop for viewers. You can participate. Yeah, I think there is a drop, so you can get the drop here, I think. Arcana. History. Analyze clues, solve mysteries. Remember the past of the world. I like the sound of Arcana. We're probably going to find magic things. Okay. Is that... I think that's it, isn't it? For him. So he's a drow, Loldsworn drow, warlock. We've chosen his basic cantrips, which is Eldritch Blast and Blade Ward. Not sure if we need Blade Ward. I don't plan on getting into melee that much. I might remove it. Maybe we should take Bone Chill. That's got an 18-meter range on it, as does that. I think I'll drop that and we'll take... Minor Illusion could be fun. I think you've picked the same spells that you get for free. Are you saying I've missed something? We'll take that. I'll also give them disadvantage. It's either that or we take the Minor Illusion spell and try that out. Yeah, I think there is only one drop at the moment. I'm going to take that. I'm going to have a laugh at this. I'm going to test this Minor Illusion out, and if it's rubbish, I'll swap it for Bone Chill. Subclass the Fiend is done. Background's done. Proceed. Oh, God. We have to pick a name. How about Chav? That's it. We just call him Chav and get on with it. Chav the Warlock. I'm not calling him Alex. There you go. That didn't take long. What's this? What's this? You need a guardian. Man, she's got some good armor. Okay, a drow. Okay, right. If she's a guardian, I think she should be straight out of Game of Thrones in size. You think we should have a drow guardian or what? Maybe we should have a gnome guardian. A dwarf and a drow in a party. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if I want to like, have another drow or just have... We could try elf, maybe. But this is a guardian, isn't it? Half-orc. What about a half-orc guardian? She looks mean. She looks like she'd be in this party. That's pretty good. Your guardian's a halfling and you're a dwarf. You see, that works. I think she cut herself with the same Gillette razor that we did. Maturity. Yeah. Is that mental or physical? Okay, body art. She's got to have body art to be in this party. Got to look intimidating. You want something a bit rough, like an orc wouldn't have really nice, tidy tattoos. It would look a bit organic, I think. So that's just like sarcastic face paint. Yeah, just the neck. Let's go with the neck. Eyes, blue, makeup. I'm alright with all the rest of it, to be honest. Facial hair. I mean, like, we could give her a goatee. What do we think about that? Or do we just leave her with none? What do you reckon? No hair or the goatee going on. Looks like your mother-in-law. No hair, alright. Venture forth, it says. Let's do this. Oh, the mind flayer's back. Nothing to do but fly around and put worms in people's eyes. I don't know. This looks like Italy. Wait, we're going to jump off and land in a box of hay? That's what's going to happen next. Assassin's Creed style. Dude, why do you have to run so far to ring the alarm? You should be up there already. That's literally your job, is to ring the alarm. Not spend 5 minutes getting to the alarm bell. Oh, I see. He wanted to restock the ship. The unexpected dragon attack. Ouch. Good catch. Oh, that's gonna burn. Clever girl. guessing this is how we're going to get free. Now we know why we have 126 gig install. And Chav just wakes up. Auto saved.
My head.
Mind Flayer pod. Hang on, how do we move the camera? There we go. Escape the Nautiloid. Press J to view. Find a way off the Nautiloid. We need to find a way off the ship. We've been abducted by mind flayers and infected with some kind of parasite. Can we search this?
Might still be stuck inside if we hadn't been attacked.
Use.
Not getting back in that thing.
Okay. Attack. Examine. A nursery. I feel like the scroll is opposite to what I expect. This is weird. Is there anybody else?
Someone else got out.
Interface. Can we not rotate the camera the other way? By the way, I've got nudity turned off. FYI. Edge panning, lock to window, panning speed. Dynamic camera, camera shake. Ben GT, thank you for gifting sub to Poil. Press what? Press the Alt key and it shows interesting things. Onyx.
Might be other survivors.
Yeah, there might be other survivors. That's what I was thinking. So why can't you...
Wonder who was inside.
Ruptured one.
Best be on my way.
Is that somebody over here? That's the Mind Flayer dude. What do we get? Pearl. Love that. Picked up one pearl.
Dead.
Cash.
Good.
Thank you, gift a sub Onamichi to Tiny Lion Raw. Just trying to get used to this camera system. Okay, I really want to get up here. Didn't it say there was like an onyx up there or something? A brine bulb. There we go.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do. Oh yeah. We're gonna get rich before we get off here. Always loot the room. What's this?
What's in here?
Probably explode. Oh, 8 gold. Yes, please. Don't think we can get down anymore. Okay, come back down here. I bet you're going to meet some other people. You're going to be like, hey, we should form a band. I mean, a party. Come on, dude. Let's get out of here. Let's go through the sphincter. Hang on, just so I'm aware, what combat ability do we have? We have the ability to jump 5 meters.
We are here. Here.
Excuse me? Piercing strike. Main hand attack. That's our spells. What's this?
We are trapped.
I don't like the sound of you very much, if I'm honest.
Help us.
Do we help them? I don't think I should help them. Creepy voice. Let's have a look at this.
Release us.
Oh God.
Doesn't do anything.
We are here.
A brain jar. Right. Do we really want to help these voices?
We are trapped.
I think you should stay that way. If I'm perfectly honest, but hey ho. That's the voice of the little worm, I think.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place. From this place, you'll free us.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Please. Before they return. They return.
Psionic presence. Please, before they return. Who am I talking to? A man or a brain? I think you're past the point of serving. Tell me what to do. You sound afraid. Why? Or leave. Come on, chat. What are we doing? Option 1. Who am I talking to? I mean, is there even any point in asking this question? If this thing is evil, it's going to lie anyway. Bottom left of the game lets you poll. Ah. Let's ask it why it's afraid.
The enemy. So many enemies.
Alright.
Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us. Please.
Investigations. Inspect the exposed brain. Strength or dex. Right, we can roll a d20 plus 1. Advantage, disadvantage, situational. Inspect the exposed brain. Or we can roll a d20 plus 1 for dex. Gently prise the brain skull from the skull. So we either investigate or we prize. Let's just go for it. General treks, there we go. Some dialogue options require a skill check. A dice roll must meet or exceed a target number. Your character's skill ability. Your character's skills add a bonus to the roll. Difficulty class 10. Number must match or exceed to succeed. Rolling a 1 always fails. Rolling 20 always succeeds. Okay, so we need a 10 or a higher off a d20. Here we go. We got a 9. What a scumbag. Plus 1. We did it. Ooh-hoo-hoo. I didn't realise the plus 1 got added afterwards. We just succeeded.
The brain lifts from the skull. But you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient, should it prove a threat.
Mutilate the brain or spare the creature any injuries might waken it. Mutilate the brain. Making it more subservient. I like the sound of that. If he can get something that he could manipulate later. Go on then, let's go for it. 15? 15? No chance. Not even close. He's like, let me weaken it. Oh, that didn't work. With my dexterous thumbs. Yeah, we should have left it in there. It's going to psionic attack us now. No, it just run off. It just legged it. Yeah, we just unleashed a psionic brain thing. Go us. Well, you know, if we get low rolls now, then maybe we'll get better rolls later. That's the way you got to look at this. A psionic brain thing that didn't appreciate us sticking a thumb in there. However, it might remember that we did free it.
Good here. I hope.
You never know. It might remember. We'll have that 4 gold. Thank you very much. A rune slate. What's that? Wait, can I not get to that? Can I not jump? Not enough space. Well, I can't jump on here.
A schematic of a nautiloid flashes into your mind. Nerves, sinews, as much living being as ship. A 1,000 years of humanoid history, elves, dwarves, humans, and more flash behind your eyes.
Pick up and add to wares. Read.
1,000 years of humanoid history. Elves, dwarves, humans, and more flash behind your eyes.
Might be able to sell that.
Mind flayer horticulture.
Oh, we can just right click and pick it up. I have no idea if these are any use whatsoever, but I figure we can always throw them away. So, we can't come back for them though. Not sure I'm liking the sound of that. Perfectly honest. Uh-oh. Well, that's our guardian, isn't it? Oh, that's not.
This is your end.
I'm an abomination. Holds mirror
Your
up.
head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
Oh. My head. What is this? Squirrel. You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
Let me just move myself. Try and get out of the way of the subtitles. Where's the best place for chat, do you think? I'll try it up there and see what happens. I don't know what's going to appear up there. What made you think I was Thrall? Who are you? We need to figure out where we are. What's this we thing? What do you suggest? Who are you?
Who am I? Your only chance of survival.
Okay.
We carry mind flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted. Within days, we will be Gaith, mind flayers.
We're turning into mind flayers? There must be something we can do.
We can do nothing until we escape. That must be our priority. First, we exterminate the imps.
Imps?
Find the helm and take control of the ship.
Hang on,
We
I
will
can't...
address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
I can't exterminate one of my moderators. Get ready to fight. Combat happens in rounds. Game pauses around you during combat, so you have time to plan your actions. Okay. How many are we dealing with? 1, 2, 3. Do I have to control her as well, I wonder? Second wind, astral knowledge, pommel strike, rush attack. Where are all my spells? Have I got a bow? Oh, I'm her. Okay, I just realised what it's done. It's given me her. Lacerate, longsword. 4 to 3. Okay, I think she should go over here then.
It has it.
You missed? You missed. Second wind. Don't need to do that. Dazed it. Nice. So what's this? 12 hit points. Conditions threatened.
Never a dull moment.
Okay, I kind of feel like I need her to tank for me, really. I'm going to put on the armor. For starters. Click to confirm. Got my armor on. Is that it? Is that in turn? So this blue circle here, is this our movement? It's not really explaining very much. Free combat. Increase rows, decrease rows. Bonus action. Action, Warlock spell slot 1. Cantrips. It kind of feels like I've used everything doing that.
Another step forward.
I am fury. I am death.
I don't think she can do anything else.
Well, so much for peace.
That's it. You tank. Okay. Right, now we go for something a bit better. Scroll of Revivi. I can't even say that. Scroll of Revivi. Hamstring shot. Lacerate. What's our best attack? 1d6 plus 1 piercing damage. Reduce their movement speed. Lacerate 1d10 plus 3. As long as there is colour in the circle, you can act. You mean inside here? The colour represents the amount of action you can do in a turn. Gotcha. Main hand attack is a 1d10 plus 3 slashing. What? Did she just miss? I kind of feel like she just missed.
Blood comes easy these days.
Easy click on the beast to attack it.
Fury. I am death.
I did click on the beast to attack it. Look. Let's get around the back of it.
Another fight. Let's go.
Did you turn off karmic dice? I ain't turned anything off. I'm trying to work out where his spell abilities have gone though. Like, why can't he use any of this? Oh look, shiny. Investigation failed. Okay, so they are now going to go and have a look at that. That's perfect. So that illusion spell has tricked 2 of them. We've just got to deal with this one for now. You get spell abilities before you need to rest. Some are short rest, some are long rest. I left tutorials on, but I don't feel like it's taught me anything right now. Is that like the end of my go? Because it feels like it. By default, Karmic Dice is enabled, which prevents low or high strikes. Turning it off means truly random. Well, how did I get a miss then if it prevents low... See, I can't work out if that's the end of my turn or not. It feels like it is, but then my blue circle's full. Action plus bonus action, you can do each turn. Cantrips as well. Spells of charge that you need to small or long rest for. Yeah, but there's no good moving if I can't do anything. Like, if I move here, but, like, what's the point? What's this do? Flee combat. Bonus actions. It doesn't look like I can do anything. Not enough resources, look.
Victory awaits.
Not enough resources. I thought he'd gone and investigated something. I think he just hit my armor. Okay, main hand attack, hamstring shots, ranged attack. Okay, it's more like it.
No time to waste.
Go and tank that.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
So basically I've got piercing strike or main hand attack. I don't have any spells available for reasons that I'm not clear about yet. Do I have to rest or something? Eldritch Blast. Can I use that? Get wrecked!
You proved surprisingly adequate in battle. Now, to the helm.
Some allies can join you in your adventure. You control them the same way as you do your own character. Click a command's portrait to take control of them. I like how it tells me that after we just had combat. A scimitar. Can we sell that? A hand axe. Sounds a bit cheap. Ooh, a light crossbow. I love that. Ranged. Where's that crossbow? I have a dagger that's 2 to 5. Not proficient with martial weapons or scimitars, so I can't use that. But I have got a crossbow now. which is nice. Keychain, alchemy pouch, 12 gold. A little bit of XP. Need to get 270 to level up. Take everything, sell it later. I would do. I'm a little bit concerned about becoming encumbered. But we'll grab it until we get full, I guess. Olicast, thank you for 4 years. Good morning. It's not that bad when you get used to it, Olicast. I mean, I you know, if you played D&D before, you've got a leg up, I guess.
What's inside?
Ooh, hello. A caustic bulb and a void bulb. Seems to like his bulbs, doesn't he? What's on this guy? 3 gold. Love that. Always loot the room. Potion of healing. That is very nice. Tentacle aquarium. What? A tentacle aquarium? Oh, that's genius. Right, how do we get out of here? The blue thing is a HP gen. Oh.
I feel better.
Quickly then.
I want you to use that. What's this?
Let's have a look.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
A simple robe. 10 armor class. Versus the padded armor 11, so that's not better. A short sword that does 2d7. 2 to 7 damage is definitely better though. We have proficiency with that, I think. A little bit better. This is the map of your surroundings. You can view quest locations and place custom markers. You can also teleport to waypoints you have discovered by selecting them. So, guessing we've got to climb up this thing. You played with the lower armor class best. Blimey. 3rd edition rules.
Here goes nothing.
Through the sphincter! Yeah, you're on board a ship. That was not a tutorial by any stretch of the imagination. That taught me absolutely nothing about that combat.
Touch nothing without knowing its purpose.
Oh, that was forewarning. Touch nothing, you say? Proceeds to touch things.
Another mystery.
Arcana failed. Thought I had some Arcana ability.
Can't read this script.
Guess it's too high level. Mr. Wackaday, thank you for 120 months, sir. 10 years of support. Amazing. Thank you very much. 10-year anniversary, guys. That is bonkers. Right, did we mess with the brain jar? We already had an encounter with the brain. Oh, it's locked. You need thieves' tools. Or find the key. We need to find the key. Commence battle. Wait, what?
You are not us!
Hang on a minute!
Contaminated!
We just helped you! Give over! We literally just freed you, you scumbag! I bet you there would have been one of these, but we freed one, so now there's two. And we're going to get psionic blasted in a minute. I can't believe that. Astral knowledge. Gain proficiency in all skills of a chosen ability. What? Rush attack. Charge forward, possibly knocking them off balance. 4 to 7 damage. That's possibly useful. Did you fall over? You look like you fell over on your little legs. Dazed. Okay.
Sometimes
Dazed
the
but not
only
dead.
way out is through.
Let me take a little step back here.
Done.
Okay, that's only one we have to deal with now.
All right.
Off balance. And then just back up a little bit.
I will ascend.
Yeah, you're the tank. You'll stand there. Okay.
Can't even catch my breath.
It's a pity we couldn't get one of those slush puppies. I reckon if we threw a slush puppy all over that thing, it would get massive brain freeze. But as it stands, we're going to get silent. Whoa! How dare you run round and do that? Cheeky. Right. Is Chav injured? I'm finding it very difficult to tell if he's hit. I don't think he is. But he's got this +3, +5 on him. I'm not sure what that means. Is that because of his armor, possibly? Us. I think she's at the center of all this.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
A brain in a jar.
We just picked up a brain in a jar. Okay, let's go and see what. I am not touching that.
Time to press ahead.
Life flickers in his eyes, but he seems totally unaware of his surroundings.
Thought it might be able to help. A backpack. What's that? Gold? Inspect. We'll have all that, thank you very much. Don't touch anything, they said. I'll be the judge of that.
Let me out! Get me out of this damn thing! We have no time for stragglers.
Look for a latch that might open the lid. There's no time, I need to get out of here. I'll go look around, there must be some way to get this thing open. Or the Warlock Arcana ability, there's magic at work here, determine what kind. I think we should try our Warlock ability. It's not really high. We only need a 7. And we get a +1 and a +2. I reckon we can do this. Arcana ability says 18. 18 for the Arcana ability.
You feel them drawing energy from the console near to the pod.
Are you satisfied? We need to go.
Chill. This thing is magically linked to the console. Let me see what I can do.
Hurry, please.
Alright, chill. Is this the console here? Chav started
The
a
console
conversation.
appears dormant.
Look for a switch or release. Hit it. Inscribe the device with glyphs you sense from the pod's warding runes. Let's do that. Let's do our warlock thing.
The console hums to life.
Place your hand on the console. Arcana, take a closer look at the powered-up console. Let's try that. The more we know about this thing, the better. Okay, that's good.
The pulsing glow and organic lines of the device make it seem more like a beating heart than a machine. Perhaps it will open the nearby pod.
Place your hands on the console. At what cost, though? That's the question.
Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming in your head. The parasite. Then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Will the pod open? Or ignore the sensation? I don't think our wisdom's particularly high. Oh, it's only a 2. Should be alright.
You feel the biomechanical brain of the console process your command and yield to it. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
Boink. You saw a stream a roll of 1.
At last. Thought I was done for. I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Your
Oh,
mind
headaches.
reaches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you have a Gith with you.
You keep dangerous company.
Dangerous company is what you need in a fight. That's a good statement. Got a problem with Gith Yankee? Did you feel that just now? We're in each other's heads. I feel like 1 or 3. I think 1.
Fair point. Looks like there's plenty of fighting ahead. Let me come with you. We can get off this ship and watch each other's backs along the way.
Alright then, let's get going. I'm Chav. Did you feel what I just felt before? We're in each other's heads. No, you're on your own. Hang on. If we say yes to her, she's in our party. I don't know anything about her abilities. If I say no to her, can I rescue somebody else with different abilities that I can't see? How does this work? Alright, we'll try option 2.
I did. It must be because of those parasites they put in us. But that'll have to wait. Are we going to help each other or not?
Max 4 characters in the party. Yeah, but I want some choice over who's in the party.
Shadowheart. One moment.
What was that?
It's nothing. Trust me.
Enough of this chatter.
Nonsense,
We
it's
need to get to the
nothing.
helm. Now.
She's right. Lead on.
No, what? You just picked up a D20 and I want to know what it's about. It's nothing.
Always room for more.
Oh yeah, there's always room for more. Burnished necklace. Really want to get in this. Can any of these? A cleric and a fighter. Why couldn't I get a rogue? You can change parties later.
A long way to go still.
Have you got lockpicks on you? Dang it.
Never a dull moment. If not over, then through.
Right. Hang on, is this the way we came in? Look at that way. Through the sphincter.
What's hiding here?
Ooh, a gold key. And now it tells me about inventory items. Well done, game. Oh, by the way, you can look at your inventory. That's more like it. Is this another pod?
How many hosts of these gay infected? Dazed woman is trapped inside the pod. She doesn't notice you.
Okay. A vicious chair. Why would I want to push something like randomly? A mug, an eldritch rune, and some gold. I'm not sure why I need a mug.
Those controls next to the pod. Another brain.
I'm just collecting brains. 2 potions of healing.
Still
How
breathing.
how does he
Despite
give?
everything.
Like, he's got 5 potions of healing. How does he give one to his...
Eager for battle.
Oh, they've got 2.
Ready. Whatever it takes.
What to do?
Right click and send to... What, all of them or one of them? Oh, God.
What's next?
Great, now you've got 7. Right, let me split it. There we go.
Let's see what we have here.
Let's get going.
No, Chav's going to push it because he's got the Arcana ability.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
Uh-oh, I think we just killed her. Rip. Push button to kill nearby human. I mean, it did say don't push things.
Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
Strash, is this to be our fate?
No. We're going to not push things.
At the ready.
Cricketer, thank you for 67. Gabrielle, thank you for a year. Thank you. Captain Flint, thank you for 89 months. Olicast, thank you for 4 years. We'll get off here in a minute. I think we have to go back and push a key or something. Can we do anything with these?
Life flickers in his eyes, but he seems totally unaware of his surroundings.
Hang on. What's this way?
Seems
We haven't been through this sphincter yet. Do I need healing? I don't need healing. Got 10 out of 10. You see the FPS counter. You know why? It's because... How do I change it? I have it on in Steam, but because it's Vulcan capture and it's showing it. How's that?
Odd things. Wonder what plane they're from.
We're nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say. Who put you in charge?
Yeah,
I'll trust my own.
that was my
judgment.
thought.
Cane yank.
Ooh. Have we missed anything, do you think? Like, it looks like it should be massive, but... Oh boy.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do it. We will deal with the Geich after we escape.
Let these intruder furnace is ours!
We need to get out of here, now.
Right, so... The Mind Flayer and Commander Zalk. You see, there's so much stuff on the floor that needs looting. That's my concern. There's lots of looting possibilities right here. Okay, can I save it? Let's have a quick save though. Because, you know, this could go bad.
Victory awaits.
Can't loot if you're dead. A lesser Hell's Bore. He has dark vision and opportunity attack. He's resistant to poison. Dark vision, devil's sight. Can see normally in the darkness. Opportunity attack. Armor class 7 with 6 hit points. Armor class 11? 11? Armor class 11 on that? Ridiculous. And it's resistant to poison. Armor class 15. Magic resistance. Whoa. Armor class 18. Go away. Armor class... Oh my god. Dude, you are so overpowered. Yeah, don't even bother trying to hit that guy. That's crazy. Okay. Let's get our fighter in. Wait, why is our fighter asleep?
I will ascend.
Why can't you actually move?
What's the plan?
Guiding bolt. 3d10 necrotic damage. That's insane. Charm person. The cleric's got charm person. Fantastic. Disguise self. Concussive smash. I mean, I guess... I'm trying to work out whether to use any big spells yet or save them. So that is a powerful, powerful spell. Later initiative after the boss, see mid-top. Okay. Come on, is that? So they went, now it's Chav. Then the boar. I see. Wow, Chav's still got the armor on. How do you long rest, by the way? Like, how do you even rest in this game? Is that down here? You also only have 15 turns until the ship crashes. Is that enough time to loot? Alright, well let's... We're gonna have to fight one of them two, aren't we?
Time to meet your maker.
Great. Good start.
No choice but to keep going.
Let's see if we can take him out. That's that one done. Okay, so while you're doing that, leather armor. Not enough movement. Okay.
Can't give up. Not now.
Can't really do very much.
Still on my feet.
Opportunity attack. Ouch. That scumbag. You're low on hit points. Use a healing potion to recover. That's saying we have 9 of 12, right? That's not really low, as such. Oh, why did you miss? Why did you miss? Dazed it anyway.
Worth examining.
Can't reach it. Oh, he's got a bow.
Take it, or Zarya will have your head.
Alright then. You missed! You suck.
What's hiding here?
Need to stay focused.
Sacred Flame, Resistance, Guiding Bolt. That sounds quite tasty. Let's get rid of that. Oh, why did you walk through the fire, you stupid girl? Like, you could have just gone that way. Nice one. Unnecessary damage take. What does a potion heal you? 2d4 plus 2. We'll just save it for now. What's that?
Securing.
Okay, guess we'll hit that. Draw on stamina to heal yourself. I like that. Urgh. Plus 3 hit points. Okay, what else is in this room of any significance? There's a void bulb. There's a mind flayer over there that we could loot. What even is this? I don't even know where we're trying to get to. We're trying to get through here. In which case, I may as well just carry on moving them this way.
What path lies before me?
You're dead, Jim.
Need to act fast. strike.
How much is a void bulb worth? Oh, there's some up here.
Taking position.
Or your spine is mine.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
That's the... You better get a move on.
What's inside?
Hurry, before they strike.
You can use double dash. Oh, really? How do you do that? How do you double dash? Hey, you've got to loot. We're quite poor. I don't want to land down there and have no money. That's my thing. This guy, Chav, is all about the cash and the coin. Yeah? You don't leave loot behind unless you have to. How do we do the extra run? Dash, this thing. Cover more distance, double your movement 1 turn. Right, we'll do that. High defense.
I'll take that.
Just grabbing absolutely everything he can. Oh, he's run out of steam. Chav's chaotic neutral, more or less. Not crazy, but... can you get to this lot? Can't reach her, apparently.
Make way.
Okay, just stay there for now.
I won't give in.
No, it wouldn't let me take it with the right click either.
Can't afford to let up.
Why is the cleric so badly injured?
Take your
Gotta love clerics.
on my way.
Survival is all that matters.
Oh yeah. So she went through the fire and took a metric ton of damage. Okay. "75% chance of hitting." Is it 75% because of the distance or because of its armor? It must be its armor.
Done.
Oh, you're so nearly dead.
No hesitation.
Okay. He's nearly dead. And he is weakened and off balance. Blessing of the Trickster. I like it. Sacred Flame. Firebolt for 1 to 10. What's that? 8. 60%. Pardon. Take one out.
On my way.
My path be true.
Why they don't resist the fire damage? Maybe they are. Mage hand. Try and knock that thing. I think maybe we just take this one out. Security. That's less incoming damage. And then we'll hopefully get tanked off this.
Take this! Rosario will have your head!
Right, first of all, a little bit of loot. Wow, there's not much loot, is there? It's 3 off it.
Can't give up.
It's poison resistant, but it's not flame resistant. Really? You're still not dead? You sat there with 2 hit points? Unbelievable. Leaving an enemy's melee range allows them to attack you. Didn't think that that was in melee range, but okay. I guess I just put myself in melee range.
Time to strike. Consider me intrigued.
The helm's alien transponder. You've made it in time.
Ouch. That was like a Zorro ending. So I guess that's the end of that act, as it were. We're off the ship. I presume the ship is going to crash land or something. Looks through the telescope. Oh, is that a mind flare ship? I bet they land on cobwebs. It just came up with some help about cobwebs. Oh, no, maybe not. Interesting.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull.
Check yourself for injuries. Orient yourself. Where did you land? Why not both?
The chaos of the crash site confuses the landscape. You'll need to find a settlement or landmark, and you'll need to do it quickly. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
The ravaged beach. Find a cure. What, just like that? I'm sure there'll be a cure on this beach somewhere. What happened to our party?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Mangled Fisher. Miss Oilia, thank you for 91 months. Uh-oh. Can we get the D20? She doesn't need it now. Take it. Take it. Wake her. Oh, she's not dead. Wake her or reach for the artifact. I mean, I guarantee if we go for that artifact, she'll wake up. But we'll do it anyway. Just grab that. What do you want? What a surprise.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Just looking. Just making sure if you're okay, yeah. He is a liar after all. I wanted to see if you did anything worth taking. What? No, I'm sorry, he's not that honest.
I'm alive, yes. Thank you for the concern. And speaking of, how are we alive?
That's a very good question. I was hoping you might know that. Doesn't matter, we made it.
Seems like we're the lucky ones, judging by all the corpses strewn about. I remember the ship. I remember falling. Then nothing.
Now what? Do you have any idea where we are? What happened to our Gith friend? Yeah, he wouldn't care about that.
No, I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement on where we just came from. First things first, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
That's why we needed the Gith Yankee. She was a cleric. We? You want to stay together? What happened to our Gith friend? Indeed, we better get moving then. I mean, this is a stupid question. She literally just said, I remember falling, and then I don't remember anything after. So why would you say to her, what happened to our gift friend? She ain't got a clue. I'd better get moving then, farewell.
We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
No, this is where we part ways. I need a fighter, to be fair.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that. Lead the way.
Alright, you're getting a bit too deep, love. Let's just get on with it. Let's find the cleric, then we can get healed. Backpack and a pouch. Alright.
Open up.
Open up. An old floppy hat. We ain't wearing no hat. Big Drama Drew, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Welcome, guys. Thank you, Drama Drew. Can't say your name properly. Drama Drew. Oh yeah, she is the cleric. So why does she need to say we find a healer then? Uh-oh. Oh, it's a fisher. Yeah, why do we need to find a healer if she's the cleric? She's the cleric. Oh, what's this?
Might be useful.
Press H to view. Every item has a context menu where you may use them, tag them as words, or send them to another party member. Okay. So, for example, I can examine that. Do items have a condition rating? Like, do they wear down and stuff? A burnished necklace. That's got to be worth a few bob. 46 gold we've got so far. What item? What happened to the item we just picked up? Rapier, short sword, and a hand crossbow. Underwear. Equipped by Chav. Tasteful boots. Eldritch tablet. We don't know what this is all about. It imparts more knowledge than most books. What does that mean? Add to wares. Really? A perfumed letter. Sigh. From Anna. I love you. There, I said it. If we meet tomorrow, I'll say it again and again and keep saying it till we're old and grey. So let's do it. Let's go to Baldur's Gate. I know it's risky, but so's staying here. The last few months have been hard, but they're always a little easier when you're there. Leave your boat and meet me at the hill overlooking the old bridge. Bring whatever you can carry, but make do with the rest. Don't be late. We don't really need that. Right, so we crashed here. Plus camp supplies, nice. Be sure to collect food and drinks. You will need them to restore your health and resources when you take a long rest. Okay.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Gold, water, and red apple. More water. Thieves' tools? Oh yeah. Enables you to open lock based on a sleight of hand check. Nice. Who's got the highest dex?
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Dex 13. That's the same as us.
No time to rest.
Cool.
No traps, please.
Just fishy gold.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Maybe I need more pockets, he says.
Anything of use?
You've discovered a waypoint. You'll be able to teleport to this location on your map. I didn't think I took lock picking, did I? A mug. We don't have a notable feature of lock picking. I mean, I could probably learn it, but we're not proficient in it. You have sleight of hand. What does it show it? There it is. We have sleight of hand, but that's not necessarily lockpicking, but it'll help. It says steal stuff. In theory, we can steal some stuff.
Breathe deep.
Dagger
and
roots.
move.
It says press H to view, but where is it? These herbs that I'm picking up, where's it put them? Alchemy pouch, maybe put it in there. There we go. That's where it put it. Margrass makes a potion of mind reading. Belladonna. An elixir of peerless focus. An oil of accuracy. I like that. Charterboat, thank you for 89 months. Right, let me go back this way because we've not looted everything around. An abducted commoner. 26 gold on him? A commoner?
More of those wretched things.
Okay. Inflation. A dagger. Sell it. Wonder why you sell stuff in this. Oh, hello. High ground rules. Positioning is important. Ranged attacks from above are more likely to hit, while ranged attacks from below are less likely to hit. Okay.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
I don't like the sound of that. The trouble is, he's now in melee range. I think they have an attack of opportunity, don't they? So I can't move out of melee range. And there's only 2 of us. Not good! Let's get the armor on. We're gonna need it. Okay, that's good. Right, cleric. Slow moving cleric. Sacred Flame. How many hit points do they have? 15? Ouch. That's our big one, but we don't need to use it just yet. That's a 3d10 necrotic spell. That's pretty tasty. That is a powerful spell. It's dashing. Oh, you're stood in flames. Oh my god. She's gonna die in the fire. God's sake. I just healed her and she's on like 6 hit points. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't realize that was fire. I know it sounds stupid, but it just looks like embers. It's not like raging flames or anything. I didn't think she'd just take so much fire damage from that. This guy doesn't need to move. That needs to die, though. So 1 to 10 is such a low roll. Compared to a 2 to 9 or a 2 to 7. Okay. I think she's gonna, yeah, she's gonna get an opportunity attack the moment she moves. But if she stays there, she's gonna carry on burning. So this is a tricky one. Has she got any kind of retreat ability? Right, did we concuss it? If we concussed it, then we should be able to move without taking an opportunity attack. That's annoying. I figured if we can concuss it, we can back off without taking a hit. But it didn't work. Ouch. Ouch. I'm now on 1 hit point. Well, okay then. Our shield just killed it with the cold retaliation. First thing we got to do is heal. Nine hit points left. That's 6 on it.
Ready. You fight well. Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
Your replenishable resources are dwindling. Take a long rest to restore hit points and other resources. Open the rest menu. Initiate a long rest. Short rest. Oh. It doesn't give you very long to read that. How do we get that back? How do we get that stuff back? It was teaching us about long and short rest, but it didn't actually give us opportunity to read.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Right, how do we take a long rest? Camp and resting menu. Short rest. Twice a day, you can restore 50% of your hit points. Warlocks restore their spell slots. Then tutorials. You can end the day of adventuring and head to camp. If you have sufficient camp supplies, long resting at camp by interacting with the campfire or bedrolls will restore hit points, resources. So if your health is running low and your resources are depleted, it may be time to rest. We don't have a camp yet though, do we? The game just gives you one, I see. Should I loot this room and then rest in here?
Open up.
You've stepped to the surface that could become dangerous if affected by elements like fire or lightning. Most surfaces like this can be washed away with water. A silver locket, camp supplies, gold, and a rapier, 2 to 9. Hello. We'll have that. We'll equip the silver locket. How do I get up here? A spiked bulb does 1 damage. A potion of speed. Gain an extra action, a +2 bonus to armor class, advantage on dex, saving throws, and double your movement. What? When the condition ends, become lethargic. Oh my god. That is a cracking potion, though. Wizard's Bane oil. Coat your weapon in oil. Its targets receive a -3 penalty to spell attack rolls. Missed anything around here? Potion of healing. A skull? Another spike bulb and another void bulb. Okay, do you think we need a long rest or a short rest? Like, if I can do a short rest and carry on, I'd rather do that, I think. But I don't really know if we need to long rest to get some of these spells back. Oh, that's not available until long rest. Look. Level up. 2 short rests a day. Yeah, I know that. It says down here. How do we, there's level up down here. Choices pending. Health increase from 10 to 17 hit points. That's pretty good. Class features. You gain a warlock spell slot. You also gained a spell. Choose the spells that you want to know from the list below. Spells require spell slots to cast. Okay. Burning Hands. Oh, 3d6 Burning Hands. You got to love Burning Hands. It's the classic D&D spell. Charm Person. Charm a humanoid to prevent it from attacking you. I love the idea of that. I really do. A command. Command a creature to flee. Move closer, freeze, drop to the ground, or drop its weapon. That is a lovely spell. Only lasts 1 turn, though. Expeditious Retreat. Gain dash and run away. Hellish Rebuke. 2 to 20 fire damage. Hex 1 to 6 necrotic. Make your attack deal an additional 1 to 6 necrotic damage to the target and give it disadvantage on an ability of your choosing. Protection from good and evil. Protect an ally against the attacks and powers of aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. Witch Bolt, 1d12 lightning. I think it's a toss-up between Burning Hands and Charm Person. Which bolt? That bolt. The trouble with that one, it requires concentration, you see. What's the range on that? 5 meters. You see, the original D&D Burning Hands had like a cone effect, so it would hit everything within a certain cone. But I don't know if that one does. Does that affect more than one target or not? And the other problem with it is you need to get down in sort of close melee range to make it work. But stuff tends to run over and attack you anyway. So that's fine, but it only works against humanoids. It says each flammable target. It does, but it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me. I'll right click on it. It doesn't tell me how it targets. Yeah, it does imply it, but it doesn't really explain it, right? This is a great one. if we start coming across more humanoids. Because just having them stand out the fight until we're ready is really useful. But it is conditional. This is like, I can use this every fight. That feels a bit like the shield. Right, we'll go with that. Eldritch Invocations, 0 of 2. In your study of occult lore, you have unearthed Eldritch Invocations, fragments of forbidden knowledge that imbue with abiding magical prowess. Agonizing Blast, passive feature. When you cast Eldritch Blast, add your Charisma modifier to the damage. What? Why would you not get that? Your Charisma modifier. That means the more I put my Charisma up, the more powerful my Eldritch Blast gets. Armor of Shadows, passive. When you cast Mage Armor on yourself at will, without expending a spell slot, Mage Armor increases your armor class when you're not wearing armor. Beast Speech. You can speak with animals at will without expending a spell slot. That sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, from an RP perspective, I'm genuinely interested in the ability to walk up to an animal and get plot from it. Like, have you seen any orcs pass this way to the wolf? And the wolf's like, rough? Yes, I have. In fact, they went that way with its paw. Just genius. I love the RP of that. Beguiling Influence. Apparently there's a lot of chatty animals in this game. You see, this is the kind of stuff that will just, you completely overlook unless you have that ability. Beguiling Influence. You invoke your patron's bewitching charm. You gain proficiency in deception and persuasion. Now, I do want to go down the whole persuasion route, so I quite like the idea of that. Devil's Sight. You can normally in darkness... You can see naught now, we don't need that. Fiendish Vigor. You can cast False Life on yourself at will as a level 1 spell without expending a spell slot. False Life grants you 7 temporary hit points. That's pretty useful. Mask of Many Faces. You can disguise yourself at will without expending a spell slot. Oh my god. Can you disguise yourself as somebody else in this game and talk to people? Like, I don't know, walk into a shop and like pretend you're the mayor of the town. Get a discount. One of the Shadows. You learn how to cast One of the Shadows. Okay. What does that mean? Repelling Blast. Toggleable passive feature. When you hit a creature with Eldritch Blast, you push the creature up to 4.5 meters away from you. That is a nice ability. If something's come up to you and you didn't want it to be there, hitting it and knocking it away is very useful. You haven't seen Disguise Self in action yet. The Thief of 5 Fates. Once per long rest, you can cast Bane using a Warlock spell slot. Bane targets up to 3 creatures. They receive a d4 penalty to attack rolls. Meh. Alright, so Agonizing Blast is almost like... gotta happen. Let's see, which ones would I want? You gain proficiency in Deception and Persuasion. Do I not have proficiency in Deception and Persuasion? You can disguise yourself at will. That sounds like something that will get us past guards and things like this, maybe. Why beguiling influence just for the deception and persuasion? I suppose you don't need to disguise yourself if you can persuade people, maybe. One of the shadows use an action to become invisible until you move, right. You think I picked intimidation? I think you're right. I think persuasion will be a charisma skill. I don't know if deception is charisma or dex. It might even be something else. It might be wisdom. See, it doesn't actually tell you. There's no way of knowing if you press T to inspect. Oh, hang on. Persuasion is charisma. Turn on the coax and cajole. Manipulate the truth, deception. I've already got some of this, haven't I? I swore I've already got some of this. Let me come out of that level up. We've got perception. We've got deception, look. We've got deception and intimidation right now. Yeah, we've got deception and intimidation. Exactly. That was my thought, you see. We'd only get half the benefit of that. The only thing we'd gain is persuasion, so that's pointless. So I think we can't do that. I like the idea of talking to animals. I think that sounds hilarious. But you can only do it until you long rest, so you can only talk to like one animal, and then you have to long rest again. So I don't know how useful that's going to be. So maybe disguise is a better thing than beguiling influence. It lasts until you long rest, so you can keep talking. I see. Funny over useful. I do, honestly, I'm with you on this. I do like the idea of talking to animals just purely for the fun factor. Just to see what the game offers. Like, I really like the idea of it. That's a 7 hit point bonus. That's the ability to disguise yourself. I don't know how useful that is. But given the fact that we can persuade people, disguising as well just sounds hilarious. But this is very useful, the repel. That makes our blast more powerful. That makes our blast more powerful. The others are just hilarious. Without expending a spell slot. Which implies that without that, we can disguise ourselves by using a spell slot. Yeah, I'm not going to use the shield one. It's a toss-up between the disguise ability and basically buffing our Eldritch ability. Either with a pushback or adding more damage. A pushback sounds extremely useful. Because I do want to keep things at range. I don't really want to be in melee range. You can push and toss enemies already. Yeah, but not part of the spell. Oh, I'm going to go disguise. Sod it. I'm going to go for the fun. Let's go for talking to animals and disguise at will and see what happens on the RP side of it. Well, yeah, but there is a thing, right, Gordon? If you push something back, you can then move without being attacked on opportunity. Yeah? Because if I'm in melee range of something, as I go to move away, they get a free attack on me. If I knock them back, I can just walk away. So it's like, get yourself out of a problem type thing. Like, if you're really low on hit points, you need to get away from there. It's very useful. So anyway, well, I'm going to take Disguise because I think it'll be fun. As for the spell, I'm going to go Burning Hands, give myself an attack ability. Where do we level up? The amount of spells you can fix in your mind is limited. As you level up, you may wish to replace old spells with new ones. Choose a spell you know and replace it with another. Available armor and Arms of Hadar. It's a 1d12 spell. We could swap out. I'm not swapping out armor. We could swap out the 2d6 necrotic. 3 meter range and go in with something else. Like that one just lets you run away. That one is a 2d10 that you put on yourself so that when they hit you, they get damaged. How do I put my stats up? Do we not get to change our stats? We now have Burning Hands, Speak with Animals, and Shapeshift. Stats increase every 4 levels. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm going to go with that. And then we've got to level up the Cleric. Health increase from 10 to 17. Level 1 spell unlocked. Divinity charges 1. Again, the ability to channel divine energy, starting with 2 effects. Turn undead. Always useful having a cleric. And effect determined by your domain. Replenished by short or long rest. Turn undead is so useful. Distract your enemies with an illusion. Prepare 5 spells. Okay. Do you mind a piece of information about stat points? Not at all. Inflict wounds 3d10, 2d4. See, she's got such powerful spells. Shield of Faith. Protect a creature from... Increase its armor class by 2 until long rest. That's nice. Cure wounds is nice. We could have... You or your ally cannot be targeted until you attack or harm a creature. You can take damage from area spells. That's nice. Bless. Bless up to 3 creatures. They gain a plus d4 attack bonus and saving throws for 10 turns. Create or destroy water. Call forth rain or destroy a water-based surface. That is so situational. Bane is quite a damage mitigation hex, which is quite nice. I'm going to put Bane in instead of the shield. Let's go with that. You're going to maintain concentration either Bane or Bless. That makes sense. Be nice if the game explained that. Right, I think we need to short rest, although I think we just leveled up, so we don't need to rest at all.
Never mind.
I think the rest has given us a free refresh on the spells.
I wonder.
But we're still a couple of hit points down.
Never believe this.
Usually when you level up, you get all your hit points back. There we go, shapeshift. Oh my god, look at this! Disguise yourself as a female tiefling. As a female dwarf. Oh, this is brilliant. This is so good. Disguise yourself as a masculine halfling. Situational actions. You've unlocked an action as a result of another ability, feature, or condition. It will remain at the side of your hotbar until those conditions expire. Oh, that's shit. Like, it's so good. I'm surprised she's not like, who are you? I literally just turned myself into pups. Right, pups.
Never wanted the easy path.
It's even changed my logo, look. Oh god, that's so good. That is great. There we go.
What's inside?
Not a lot. Let's have a look down there.
I'll take that.
I like how his voice remains unchanged though.
No traps, please.
You see when you press the Alt key, it doesn't show you boxes and crates. Thieves' tools? Didn't we already get those? Do they break? No, I didn't want to do that.
There's no time to waste.
They can break. Okay, I'll give them all back to Chav then. I was thinking of splitting them. Tongs? Tong to tong tong tong. What do we need tongs for?
Still alive. So that's progress. More for me. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so there's definitely stuff that it doesn't show you when you press the Alt key. Oh, locked, you say? Did you say locked? Well then. Let's see if we can lockpick it, shall we?
Come on, open up.
Right, what do I have to do? Difficulty 5. I get a +1 for Thieves' Tools, a +1 for Dex, and a +2 for Sleight of Hand. Let's go, you little thief. Okay. What do we get? Leather helmet. Do we want a leather helmet? Dexterity saving throws +1. It's gonna ruin his hair though. Like his whole look has changed by this. I love this disguise. Can you just... Can we be somebody else? A femme-strong tiefling.
Mutatis mutandis.
Of course the spell is mutatis. Why wouldn't it be?
Can't slow down.
Fantastic. Anything over here? No. Oh, somebody up here. Astarion. Wait, what's this? What? Are we supposed to have come through here? I'm just wondering if we've missed something. Looks like there's not a lot here, but maybe it was just a different way through.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered. There, in the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
If you kill it, I'll help you. Easily, stand back. Kill it yourself, you look capable enough. I love it.
There. Can you see it?
No. It's just a ball. Really?
Not a sound. Not if you want to keep that darling neck of yours. And you, keep your distance. No need for this to get messy.
Really?
I need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can get.
Promises, promises. But I have other business, I'm afraid. Now, I saw you on the ship. Didn't I? Nod?
Melee attack, headbutt the elf. -1 from strength, +2 from melee weapon proficiency. Like, I really do like the idea of just donking this guy. Oh, I need a 14. This is not good. Not good. Come on! Let's go! Boink!
You wretched little...
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar
See,
eyes,
he's on our team now.
prowling dark, busy streets.
He's got a thing in his
You try
head.
to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light, the fear.
What was that? What's going on?
It's the Mind Flayer's worm. It connected us. Honestly, I have no idea. Put the knife away and I'll tell you everything. I'm trying to think what my character would do.
I'm not an idiot. It has to be those tentacled monsters. Something they did. They took you too. I saw it during... whatever just happened. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies.
Do you reckon he's a rogue? Apology accepted. I might have done the same were the roles reversed. Or glad to see we're all caught up now. or you better have more to offer than apologies. Ooh, I like the last one. I don't really want him in the party because he's just such a smug guy, isn't he?
I'm out of wine and flowers, so I hope an introduction will suffice.
Yeah, introduction
My
will
name's
suffice.
Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me.
Yeah. What? Lovely. You kind of like him? Are you kidding me? My name's Astarion. Introduce yourself, tell me your name and your story. Or nod. I'll just nod.
The strong and silent type. All right. Please tell me you at least know something about these worms.
Yes, unfortunately they'll turn us into mind flayers. I know we don't want them in our heads, and you know as much as I do. We'll tell him that.
Turn us into... Of course it'll turn me into a monster. What else did I expect? Although, it hasn't happened yet. If we can find an expert, someone that can control these things, there might still be time.
Control it, we need to get rid of it. You should travel with me, our odds are better together. I need to get moving, but you can shelter at my camp, or I've wasted enough time here, farewell. I'm kind of thinking about the last one. What class do you reckon he is? Why would we send him to the camp? Do you think he's a rogue? See, that makes him a better lockpicker than us, and I don't like that. Well, we're pretty... maybe. I kind of want another spellcaster and another fighter. There are other rogues. I don't want this guy, so is it better to send him to the camp or just get rid of him? Will we get the opportunity to get other people? Because I'm not really keen on him. Why send him to the camp, though? If I send him to the camp but I don't want him... At the moment, he can just be cannon fodder. So can we just get rid of him later? Like, if I find another rogue that I want to keep, can I just get rid of him? Can I just boot him out and then tag somebody else in? Or if I find another, like a fighter, a tank, can I just tag him out? Because I don't know if it lets us get rid of him later. I don't want to commit to something. Well, you can swap the party around at camp. Once he's in your camp, I don't know if you'll be able to get rid of him fully. Right. In that case, then, I'll bring him with me.
You know,
I want to see what his
ready to go
abilities are.
But maybe sticking with the herd isn't such a bad idea. And you seem like a useful person to know.
He's such a smarmy.
I accept. Lead on.
He's so smug.
Someone there?
Cunning action hide. Cunning action dash. Disengage. Okay, whatever.
Can't give up now. These boots have seen everything.
There. A mind flayer. And it's hurt.
That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if injured. Best be careful.
You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion.
What?
Compassion?
It's tricking you. It's literally... This isn't right, step away. No, you should be furious, shouldn't you? Give in to the emotion. No, I don't feel compassion.
Yes, you feel hate. And you deserve to be punished for it. You should be whipped, made to bow before this creature in shame. It's possessing your mind, forcing you to love it.
We have high charisma.
The feeling slips. The creature's mind seems to focus elsewhere.
Intelligence, concentrate on its thoughts. Okay. Oh, that's a bad roll. Jam, thank you for half a year. Battle Cattle. Oh, dude, hang on.
You try to break through, but its mind is impenetrable. With a last surge of defiance, it slaps your efforts away. The monster lies exhausted, defeated. Its eyes, wet orange pearls, radiate malice.
Close its eyes forever, leave it to die slowly. Alright, so I like the idea of the last one for this character, but we're not having any James Bond deaths, so sayonara.
Monster. Death is too good for it.
Can we loot it now? Hey, potion of speed. Right, Mr. Battle Cattle. With your 100 months tier 3 support, it's time to give you a VIP badge. Battle Cattle 100. There you go, sir. Thank you very much for all your support. Just post something in chat. Make sure you've got your new role. There you go. Well earned, sir. Well earned. Thank you very much for 100 months. And especially for the tier 3. Kiwi Jim, thank you for 31 months. Okay, I don't see much else going on in here. Staircase goes up here through fire. And there's a weird trap there. We have to walk through fire to get to it, annoyingly. Unless we jump, maybe. Ooh, dead goblins.
Here?
This is a trap.
Dead goblins over there. Worth checking for supplies, maybe.
A bone, a hand axe. I need somebody else to pick stuff up, like
There's work to do.
carrying way too much loot. goblin bow. Don't think we can use the bow, but I think she can. A goblin scimitar. The potion of healing. Very nice. Wait, where did that potion of healing just go? Camp supply pack. It's a her stack. I don't see her stack. She just picked up a potion of healing, but it's not here. Oh, unless it went into that one. Yes, it did. Okay. My bad. Ranged weapon. Currently has a mace, does 2 to 7 damage. Can't use the scimitar. Do you reckon that idiot can use it?
Careful, I might.
Can't use the 4 to 7 damage dagger. He can't use that either. Grease bottle, thieves tools. Ooh, he's got thieves tools as well. His dex is 17 though. Look at that. Plus 3 dex. Plus 5 to saving throws. Jeez, man. What a scumbag.
No one stopped me yet.
Let's give that to Astarion. Don't need to be carried all of this round, do we?
What now?
Yeah, 4 to 9 instead of 4 to 7. He has a short bow.
Let's move.
What the heck is that? Right, we'll go that one in a second. I want to see if we can get over here first. No disarm toolkit available. So that's going to presumably hit anything here. If I send my character to jump through, toggle group mode. You jump. And then go there.
I'm ready.
What a day. Watch your back.
Looking ahead. Moving in. I hear shouting up ahead.
We should check it out, but be careful.
Where did we start? Down here, didn't we? Overgrown ruins. I've not been in there yet. Let's have a cheeky save. Okay. Is it that way, the voices? It's really hard to hear where these voices are coming from. Oh, there we go.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second!
What's going on?
Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate, Zevlor, now!
You let goblins here? Where is the druid?
Please! There's no time!
By the 9 hells! Open the gate!
Ruh-roh.
Shit! Form a line!
I like how all this is going on and we're just standing watching.
Provoke the blade. And suffer its sting.
Hang on. Commence battle? I was just going to watch. I don't like these guys up here. They're certainly going to cause bother. Let's have a look at these guys. Armor class 13, that is not good. Do you reckon we can talk to it? Alright, Mr. Warg, you want to fight for us? Armor class 16 goblin. You what? Armor class 14 bugbear. Tenacity. When you miss an attack, you deal 2 bludgeoning damage anyway. What? You scumbag. Like, if he misses, he still hits. That's nuts. So they're all going to die. My main concern are these dudes up here. Because they're just going to sit there throwing arrows in. Tough one. There's way too many enemies. He's the spellcaster. He's going to cast buffs and all kinds. We should take the squishy out. What can this guy do? Hamstring shot, ranged attack, flourish, piercing strike, main hand attack, firebolt for 10, sneak attack ranged. Deal extra damage to a foe you have advantage against. Do we have advantage on these guys right now? Move out of enemy sight and hide. Hidden assailants get advantage on attacks. Can he even see us from here? Must have advantage to do it. Interesting. How do I cancel that? There we go. I think we should probably dash round and kill this guy. Wait, you can go that way.
Step quick.
Must have advantage. Okay. You didn't expect that, did you? Didn't expect a dirty little rogue. Oof.
By sickle and sword, strike them down.
Whoa. Oh, he's going up there.
Bleed every last one of you!
Blimey. Who was this guy over here? Goblin Tracker, he's nearly dead. Him and him are the big threats. Can we? Is it worth throwing a bane on that big wolf? 26 hit points, that is bad. Hawkeye, thank you for 57 months. Inaccurate Marksman, thank you for 69. Blessing of the Trickster. Target is too far. Oh wow, the range on that is terrible. 9 meters.
Have to keep going.
Seven hit points. We could potentially knock him out, I suppose. To get lucky on a firebolt. That is almost in range.
No mercy.
It missed! Had a 75% chance of hitting, and it missed. That burns. Ouch. Ouch. The Horn of Gondor. Do we have a bleed on us? It kind of sounds like we have some kind of rend. Movement speed is halved. Gain 8 temporary hit points from a friendly combatant's rallying cry. Nice. That's not terrible. Speak with animals. Chuck on the armor. Hmm. I really don't want him to live. I think I'll Eldritch Blast him. He needs to go. He's going to do something nasty. Saved with grease. Okay, so you've got higher ground. I reckon it's time to shoot the old bow. Oh, can you miss? How can you miss from higher ground? That's just ridiculous. You suck.
They won't expect this.
They won't expect this. I think they did expect it, mate. But hey ho. Wow, that was pretty decent. That warg cannot seem to hit a thing. Oh, that's not looking good for you. I think the rogue can finish him off.
On the move.
Right, we could firebolt the guy. "21 hit points. Invoke duplicity. Distract your enemies with an illusion. That's nice. "5% chance of hitting."
Down with you.
Finally. Oh. Nice.
One day I'll catch a break.
One day I'll catch a break. Okay, we can almost do something useful now. Don't need the armor. We could, if we can get close enough, we can burn in hands both of these. But I think 5 meters is... Oh, it does cone. Look. It's a cone effect. Nice. Eldritch Blast. 2d6 on it. We could drop an illusion down and compel them to look at it. That could get interesting. Oh look, a shiny cat. The warg's interested. Get wrecked, son.
A better position.
A better position. Can't reach. Of course not. Whoa, he's got Eldritch Blast. How can you ranged attack? Literally, he's still in melee range and he, like, bowed him. A goblin bow? I wonder if that goblin bow is better than the one that Starion's already got.
Let's turn someone inside out.
2 to 7, 4 to 9 it is as well. Decent. You didn't think it would work, why not?
Let's finish this.
Okay, what have we got? 6 hit points left. I think this guy might die. Don't think there's anything we can do to stop it. Probably kill that. Oh, what? The high ground miss? It burns.
Heading there.
Oh, nice. Whatever he just did to him, he threw a heal on him. I've got to get in range for a burning hands. Where do we want to be?
Deep and move.
We've got to try this. Hopefully we don't get friendly fire. Oh! Oh, that burns. Quite literally that burns. Oh, oh, oh. It's like, bosh. Have that. Oh, look at what we get. A javelin. A Morning Star mace. A metal fork. A goblin scimitar. So we're carrying a lot of stuff. Where can we sell our equipment? Got a lot of loot here. Okay, who's left? Is it just this guy? Firebolt him. Can't do any of the sneak stuff. See, I don't know how we hide him to do a sneak attack.
I'll be right back.
I'm just going to loot some stuff. I love that ranged heal. Oh, we knocked him off the perch. Brilliant move. Should have done that a long time ago. He's back. A warg fang. Nice. A ritual staff. That's not bad. I'm going to give that to Chav.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
Chav's currently using a 2 to 9 rapier. Proficiency with this weapon unlocks 3 abilities. What does the staff do? It's a 0 to 7. Main hand only topple. Scary Robot, thank you for subbing. Welcome.
What should I do?
What should you do? You should probably send a firebolt. High defense. Is that just because of his position? Your turn. Did we loot everything? Not looted the warg yet. Oh, nothing. Has everybody else looted? Scumbag position that guy's got.
To keep going.
Let's grab what we can.
That's my thoughts, mate. Let's grab what we can. The rogue's morsel. Right, you get there. Are you seriously out of range for a bow? That sucks. I love that move. Now you can't get back up there, can you? Reckless war cry. Interesting. You missed. Everybody's missing this guy. Unbelievable.
That was the last of them. Inside! All of you! More may follow! Open the gate!
What do you mean open the gate? Not finished looting! Ooh, gloves of power. Who's got the gloves of power? Sleight of hand +1. Okay. Love that one. Even more nimble lock-picking skills. And a spike shield. The cleric might use that.
What now?
What am I to do?
The current shield is an armor class 2. That's the same. Just a different look, really. Does look a bit better. It's a pity that doesn't offer any other kind of bonus.
Just check for anything useful.
Gold, a scimitar, and trumpet. Certain actions are frowned upon by others. Get caught and you might find yourself in a prison cell. Did we just do something we shouldn't have? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're all dead scumbags. Are we not allowed to loot dead scumbags? The gate just closed. Should I have gone through there?
I'll go this way.
Hello? Can you open the gate, please? Looks like we're friendly.
Feel like we're being watched.
There are children here, you fool! We was running for our lives. You led them straight to us. And you
Boromir?
let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
Well, there's one goblin, there's 10. I'm leaving before the horde shows up. Or, one fight just ended and now you're picking another. Relax. Druid, those gamblers didn't take any prisoners, or you can cough up my payments anytime now. What? Is he a mercenary? It's a medieval Wagner group, this is. I'm so tempted to click that just to see what he says. You know what?
Stuff your payment. I didn't ask for any goddamn help. Please, you were begging me to open the gate. Anything to save yourself, you coward!
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
What? I wonder what... I wonder what gave it away. He's about to go full puppy. Melee attack, take a swing at the tiefling. Aim a blow, intimidation. Which character? We're on the wrong character. I don't want... Oh. My other character's better at persuasion. I want to change character. I didn't want to do this with this character. My other one's so much better at charisma. If you want me to take both of you down, I will. Otherwise, knock it off. I'm just going to watch.
Should have done that a long time ago. Arrogant prick had it out for me from day one. No one leaves my people out cold.
You put him in a bind, showing up like that. He did try to open the gate. So you knocked him out cold instead. Clever. Let him speak. I mean, this is kind of true.
Too little, too late. He was right, though. Coming back to this hellhole was a mistake no amount of gold can put right. I'd rather face another round of goblins than stay in this pit.
Guess you're all leaving.
For once.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Can we loot this guy? While he's knocked out. What can we do? Attack him? Examine him? Talk to him? Can't loot him though. I mean, I quite like that bow if I'm honest.
Regression. A cheap shot. I should have expected that.
Aradon ran off.
True to form, and good riddance. This grove has troubles enough. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve.
I have no quarrel with druids. Why are they forcing you out? Those goblins, have there been many attacks like that? I won't be staying long, just need to find a healer.
There have been several attacks by different monsters. The druids blame us outsiders for drawing them here. Nobody's welcome anymore. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters.
He says, completely dressed up with armor class 17 armor and a really nice looking bow. We're no fighters. This ritual, is there no way to convince the druids to stop it? I need a healer. What brought you here? I mean, I don't need a healer. I've got a cleric in the party. This is crazy.
I've tried. Korga, their new first druid. won't even see me. You, though... I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her for more time to prepare.
I can persuade anybody. I can do that. Let's do that. We're good at persuasion. I'll see what I can do. What are you... Hang on. What are you offering for my aid?
We owe you a great debt. What little we have, we'll scrape together. It isn't coin we need. It's time.
Yeah, but I need coin. He just keeps going on about, I need a healer. Right, we'll see what we can do.
Really? We're
I'm not asking you.
You'll find the druids at the heart of the grove. Please, make them see sense before more lives are lost.
We can definitely do that. And I need a healer. I wonder if the cleric can heal us.
My faith will guide me.
No, wait. Your healing skills have no effect. Maybe I just need to rest.
I've got a long road ahead.
126 gig lows in for me. What's in that
Something
crate?
good here. I hope.
Carrots? Scruffy vagabond clothes and rags. Why would we want these?
One day I'll catch a break.
The Hollow. It's town built inside a cave.
I care about our lives, our futures.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back, right now.
Aaron the Trader. Oh, yeah. Right, it's 3 o'clock. I'm going to take a break here. We'll quickly save that. Just tag it as break. Lovely. Right, I'm going to go and grab some food. I shall be back in 1 hour. And we shall carry on. Thank you for watching so far. Hope you've enjoyed it. We definitely need to go and see the druids. Do we have a mission for this? Complete that. Still need that. Find a cure as our main quest. Save the refugees. We need to do that one. I've not even explored like most of this place yet.
We don't even know these people.
We need to explore a lot more of this.
You would choose strangers over us.
Never actually went into this ruins either. We can fast track back to that.
Stop shouting.
It looks like we've got a fast track here now, which is great. And here. Well, that's the objective. So we can always fast travel down there, which is nice. Anyway, we'll do some trading. I'll be back in an hour. See you then. Bye for now. Okay, so if you just joined, the first stream we basically rolled up a character here called Chav, who's now a level 2 warlock. And we've just arrived in a little town. We've kind of got a quest now to go and persuade a druid not to attack these people. And since we're charismatic, we should be in with a good chance of persuading. However, we have got a few hit points missing, so I'm kind of thinking we should rest. But I'm going to talk to this trader and see if we can sell some stuff. And then there's a dialogue here that's just been on endless repeat that we need to go and look at. And it looks like there's also some practicing down the training grounds, maybe. Anyway, let's have a chat with Aaron.
Refugees, adventurers, and even a drow. No one in years, and suddenly we're overwhelmed. Well met. And thank you for beating back those goblins. Most brave of you. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. The ritual will be complete before too long.
What ritual? Are you really knocking down the grove? I'm looking for a healer. What are you selling? Alright, let's get the plot out the way.
I know it's drastic, but more monsters seem to terrorize this region every day.
What about the people here?
we druids will be safe. As for those that took refuge here, well, may Sylvanas guard them as they continue their travels.
You just said the region's overrun by monsters. They won't survive by themselves.
As I said, it's a drastic measure. But the survival of the Grove is paramount. There just aren't enough supplies to support everyone.
Alright, I'm going to click on this looking for a healer. I'm curious if we can get free heals.
I pray no goblin arrow has grazed you. Nettie could put you to rights. She should be with the others in the inner chambers. But I doubt she'll be taking on new patients. The
Nettie
Grove will be locked down soon.
We need to get a heal from Nettie. What are you selling?
Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
More importantly, what are you buying? Oh, hello. The Arrow of Ilmater. Wow, prevent your target from regaining hit points. That sounds like a warlock thing to do. Arrow of Darkness. The Arrow of Roaring Thunder. Explode on impact, pushing your target back 5 meters. Woo! A Scroll of Shatter. Wow.
This is about your precious.
That's a single-use high-damage item right there.
Our lives, our futures.
Can we not learn that instead of
Stupid apprenticeship.
actually using the scroll? Can we not just read it?
Right now.
Dragon's Grasp. 1 to 9 damage, burned alive. Deals an additional 1 to 4 slashing damage to burning targets. Great. So if I burning hands them, then run in with this, I'll be fine. The Spell Thief, 2 to 9 damage. Once per short rest, you regain a level 1 spell slot when you land a critical hit with the Spell Thief. That's quite tasty. The Rain Dancer. Padded armor +1. That's pretty good for us. That will give us an extra 1 armor class. That's not terrible.
We don't even know these people.
Hide armor +1, same thing.
Of course it does. You
Gain a
accuse
+1 bonus to
strangers
dexterity
of
saving throws and checks.
That's not what I said.
Can we stop shouting? No?
That is a medium armor though. The Hedge Wanderer, medium armor. Heavy armor. So this is why we need a fighter. The Ring of Flinging. Oh, I like the sound of this. Throwing boost. The wearer gains a d4 bonus to throw damage. Oh, I thought I was going to let you throw people around. No one tosses a dwarf. Sea green dye. Orange dye. Blah, 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 blah. Gloves of Missile Snaring. 352 gold. You can intercept missiles from ranged weapon attacks, reducing the damage by a d10, plus your dex modifier. That is bonkers.
I won't leave them behind.
Imagine giving that to the rogue. Bobinator, thank you for 4 years, sir. Matthew, thank you for 10 months. You don't have a dwarf to throw anyway. Yet. I want to get a dwarven fighter on our party, really. Right, can we sell any junk to this guy? Like the javelin. Can we sell to him? Will you buy this, mate? Do you want that? No? Can we offer it? We can offer it.
This is about your precious Baldur's Gate.
I care about our lives.
An old floppy hat. What will you give me for an old floppy hat?
You just care about your
2
stupid
gold.
apprenticeship.
Brilliant. That's 75 gold. I'm not sure what to do with these slates and things. Burnished necklace. Armor class 10 simple rogue. Armor class 11 armor. If we end up with a wizard on our party, they might need that actually. DC, thank you, mate. Thank you for 66 months. Rags, they give us a goal for that.
We don't even know these people.
That doesn't matter.
Of course.
Scruffy vagabond clothes for 4 gold.
Strangers over us.
That's not what I said.
I gotta keep these supplies. I don't know what to do with the mugs. Do we need these for anything? Skulls? I don't need them. The goblin scimitar. We don't need 2. I'll keep one of them. And keep that as well. Right, what do we want in exchange? That's 137 gold. He's got a shovel. Don't mind that. A what? A bunch of horseradish.
Calm down.
Or you can buy camp supplies. That's interesting.
I won't leave them behind.
You're going to get us
What are
killed.
you currently using? Light crossbow. I'd like that. 231 though. That's a lot of gold. The trader will be unhappy about this offer. How do we put a bit of gold in the mix? How much gold can we put in? No. What, you'd be unhappy with all that? Yeah, I bet you'd be pleased with that offer.
This is about your precious Baldur's Gate.
I care about our lives, our futures.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Split item.
Take that back.
Give me 87 gold, 88 gold. Where does he put it? Click the scales button above barter. It will make it good. Can I barter? Can I not persuade him? Is that it? No persuasion. Alright.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
We don't even know these people.
No, Alex.
Doesn't matter.
Alex,
Of
mate.
course it does.
You're missing something.
Strangers
Watch
over
this.
us.
I can make myself look like Sean.
Can we stop shouting? No?
Omnia.
There you go. On a whim, I can look like Sean. Oh. But he only has 7.5 meters movement speed now. I can cancel that. That's my true form. What was this say?
This grove is kept by Sylvanus' faithful.
Calm down. Please.
Right, I'm going to go over here because I'm sick of this dialogue.
You're going to get us killed.
Hells, we can't just leave. They're kin.
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead. We must leave for Baldur's Gate at once.
Can we all just take a moment, please?
What's the point in blades and spells if we don't bloody use them? We should stay. These people aren't fighters. We can help.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Say nothing. Get out while you can. The goblins will be back. Persuasion. You should all stay. A single blade could make a difference. I might do this. Let's use our persuasion abilities. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Thank you. It's the right thing to do, and you know it.
She's right, Roland. We're better than this.
Zergan. Fine, I'll stay too. Lest you both end up with your throats slit by Goblin Blade.
Thank you, Roland.
Roland Keating. Thanks, Roland.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
Stop
I am
sulking.
not grumpy. Scowl on your face would frighten a troll. You're an idiot.
Right, where is... Okay, so you've... Oh, can I go and talk to the ox? A hungry ox, a bored ox, and a strange ox. Can I speak with animals? I want to talk to the hungry ox.
What's up for discussion?
Be gone. I am hungry.
We just had a conversation with an ox.
Oh, the waiting's getting to me. If we left, we could at least make a run for it.
That's just amazing. Who's this guy?
This
Moron.
place is a bloody death trap, not a sanctuary. You should clear off while you can.
Thanks for the advice. Didn't ask for it, but thanks for the advice.
Ah, you're addressing me, a humble ox. How quaint.
Oh, God, that's amazing. Arcana, there's something strange about this ox. What is it? Haven't you ever met anyone you could speak to oxen? Did you come from El Turi or the others? I am curious about this. Maybe this ox isn't really an ox. Oh, we'll never know. We'll never know. That's a shame. It could be like a conjuration or something. That is a dodgy ox right there.
Funny.
That's a spy, I'm telling you.
Moo.
Moo.
Another one. What are you under there then? Ant? Or rocks? The keepers of this place, they change their form to fit their need. They become birds to hunt on the wing, bears to tear flesh with teeth. But for me, only oxen, only same old hay. And I cannot even eat it, because the horned ones hide their shiny bits inside.
You complain a lot. Shiny bits, the tieflings put something in your head.
Hiding things. Thinking they're clever. Not clever. Sometimes I eat the shiny bits, and they have to go looking for them on the other end.
Do you know what? This is possibly the best thing in any game ever. Being able to talk to animals. How do we look what's inside there?
I swear that ox's gaze is following.
Ooh, a pouch. Chav picked up a pouch.
Keep the goblins out for it.
What was in the pouch? Open. Gold. An agate. Nice. You see? It was worth it. I took the ability to talk to animals and it basically pointed me to the hay where I could find a pouch with some golden agate in it. Absolute genius. Who's this guy?
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. Or boring.
You alright?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else on your mind?
He's still staring right past you.
I just know he's going to try and either run away or nick something.
You see nothing out of the ordinary. When you turn back, there's no trace of the child.
You see, you know, I think it was looking at that ox. That ox has some kind of spell cast on it. Asharak.
Children! The blade of frontiers. What a thrill for the children.
They're tough kids. Smart, too. The future's in good hands.
And again. Swing and swing and... Oh.
Like this?
Still haven't found this, what's her name? Nettie or something? Wait, what's going on there? Something going on through there.
You're an idiot.
What's in here?
No, no, no.
Goblins, druids. This grove is a death trap. Grab what you can and get out. That's my advice.
Why is everybody trying to tell us what to do?
I've got food, water.
How long do you think we've got before the goblins come?
Oh my god. Who's this lot? We just spoke to this guy, didn't we? Auntie Ethel.
You! Saw you fighting those slimy bastards. Fancy a bowl?
What is
Best
it?
to fill your belly now, while we still can.
What is it exactly? Drow, this slop is beneath me. The elves of the Underdark Drow have been fighting a massive civil war. Drow city-states struggle with one against another, blah 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 blah. Why would I specifically call that slop? That's interesting. I was going to say, what is it?
Food. You want it or not?
Good, thanks.
Suit yourself. But the only way we'll make it to Baldur's Gate is to run, and run hard. If a gnoll catches your scent, you'll need every bit of strength. Trust me. What do I do for some salt?
So everything here is red, so if we try and...
Die if I met Leroican reeking of this place.
Trader has no problem with you inspecting these goods, so long as you're willing to pay
Wait,
for
she's
them.
a trader? What's she got?
We should have left by now. Damnation!
We literally just spoke to
Instead,
you.
we're just sitting here, practically begging to be attacked. Staying is a mistake.
You're doing the right thing. The tieflings need help. Why rush to leave? Leave on your own. Why wait? I just say that. So why don't you just go on your own?
You don't understand. My apprenticeship with Leroican begins shortly. I cannot be late. Yes, that Leroican. The greatest wizard in Baldur's Gate.
Interesting. You sound excited.
I've admired Leroican for years. Never dreamed he'd answer my letter. But I've worked myself to the bone for this. Few can match me in either magic or talent. The names Roland and Leroican will be known far and wide. You'll see.
He's a bit cocky, isn't he?
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy.
Scowl on your face would frighten a troll.
Those goblins will rue the day they chose to tangle with this grove. You and I will do some good here. I can feel it.
Sorry, who are you?
Lee and Roland would never admit it, but they take an arrow for the other. Also stab each other. Not sure what will come first. Thanks for cutting in. There might have been more than words if you hadn't.
What's in the wooden trunk? Boom.
We're exposed now.
Right, what's going on? Who are you? Damon.
Thanks for fighting off those goblins. If you need to replace any gear, just ask. My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Need to replace any gear? A forge is holding on by a thread. Are you a smith?
Of sorts. Used to be a bread and butter tinsmith before Elturel fell into Avernus. These days my talents are more eclectic. Learned a lot in my time in the Hells. Hope to forget most of it. But between you and me, there's nothing in all the realms like the utter power of infernal machinery. Alas, my offerings are far more humble these days.
Let me see your wares. Let's have a look. Wait, 0. He wants paying. I thought he said I could refresh stuff from him. What he means is he'll sell me stuff. Scumbag.
I'd die if I met Leroican reeking of this place. I'll never get the smell out of my clothes. I'll have to
3
burn.
to 8 damage short bow. Yeah, we're a bit low on cash right now.
I miss my forge.
What on earth? Destitute clothes worth 11 gold.
Just another crate.
We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy.
Scowl on your face will frighten a troll.
A heavy crossbow.
You're an idiot.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
What are we currently using? A light crossbow. We're not proficient. I wonder if the rogue can use it. Might be too heavy for him. Scumbag.
Let's get on with it.
She can't use it either.
Or a butcher.
A butcher? Really?
Sure.
Just grab hold of a pitcher of beer like you do.
Right.
Dagger. Another dagger. Venturous chest. Locked. An apple. Dude, a flute. Just going around looting the entire camp. Wait, who's that up there?
No harm in a little conversation.
We're exposed.
Oh, you're hiding.
And we'll have a dog, right?
They don't allow them in Baldur's Gate. Cats, though?
A little orange cat. And a house with a little door so that it can come and go as it pleases.
And a high fence to keep eavesdroppers out.
I've gone in with the wrong character. Two tiefling refugees who'd be looking to get a square of dirt at a public house. Ooh.
No bother. We're just daydreaming anyhow.
What about you? Big plans for when you get to the city?
Pint in a clean room, plans to survive the journey is ambitious. I won't be joining you. I have friends awaiting me. Baldurian. It's the Blushing Mermaid for me, a bit rough, but the ale is cheap. I'll be seeking the warmth of Elf Song Tavern.
I think I've heard of that place. Something about a stuffed dragon's head in one of the dining rooms. It's settled, Dennis. You, me, and the Elf Song Tavern first thing when we arrive. If we see you there, we'll get you a pint. for your finder's fee.
Yeah, but Lion Roar, look who was talking. It wasn't Chav talking. It was somebody else. Chav's over there.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon. I am not rusty. Scowl on your face.
The bedroll.
My love, you were a caravan
You're an idiot.
for 3 days, and you quit in the middle of your shift.
You sound like your father.
Can we read this?
Well, it was his caravan.
Hells take me. What I would do for better tools.
No time for Danny.
Can we just all use the bedroll and rest?
We're exposed now.
Thank you for 85, Velmet. Okay.
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
Camp and rest.
True.
Long rest. Go to the camp at the end of the day. I kind of wanted to rest here, but okay. Where's that go? Stone door.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Wait, did that take us... Where the heck is this? Hang on, I need to talk to Nettie first. I don't even know where that just took us. Who's there? Icaron.
Very well.
Oh, this is the start point. Wait, so I've not found Nettie at all.
Let's have a look.
We're exposed now.
It's not very secluded, Andy lad.
Die if I met Leroic and rethink of this place. We've known enough grief this 10-day traveler. Don't be the cause of more.
Right. I feel like I've been all around here and not found Icaron. Unless they're in that stone bit.
Here we go.
I miss my forge.
There was also a gate over here with something going on.
No, sir. But if there's a clear path past those goblins, they'll find it.
Yes. Of course.
Right, well, he's in charge.
Ah, I've already spoken to your traveling companion. Well met. Have you spoken to Korga?
Maybe? I'm not your messenger. Wow, rude. I'll just say not yet, because I'm not actually sure.
Of course, you have your own business to attend to. But if the druids won't abandon this ritual of theirs, it will be trouble for all of us.
Oh, yeah, the druid mission. Yeah. Yeah, we're on it. Don't worry about that. You got anything we can nick? No? Okay. No.
Not everyone subscribes to what is mine is yours, it
Yeah.
seems.
It was a misclick, love. It was a misclick. Okay, so that's just literally his personal chambers. Right, where was the... There it is. How do we get through here?
Let me out, you bunch of softies!
Is that everything? I think that's everything.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
That's our fighter.
Put it down. She can't fight back.
That's the point.
Get out of the way!
She didn't kill your brother, Archer. You're better than this.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin with.
Shut up, those words could be your last. Step between the crossbow and the goblin. Do nothing. I'm not stepping between.
I'm not afraid. Chosen by the Absolute, I am. I'm blessed.
Oh, I'll bless you, all right.
Move in front of the Tiefling's crossbow or watch what happens. Oh, God. I mean, strictly speaking, our character shouldn't really care what's going on. But I'm kind of thinking that one's a fighter, maybe. And could be useful for the party. Nitro, thank you for 38 months. I don't think she'll do it, personally. I was kind of hoping we'd get a persuade option. I'm not going to stand in front.
Here it comes, you little beast.
Wow, you murderer. Right, you got any loot? What do you mean locked?
Bet I can crack that open.
Bet I can crack that open. Yeah, but, you know, it's not a matter of being brave, it's a matter of playing your character. My character would not stand in front and risk their own life for that situation. No way. So I was playing my character. Why is that red? Is there any way? What's examined? Armor class 13 goblin. Don't actually know what class they were. Exactly, my neutral character just wouldn't step in the way. No way. We don't know what that goblin's done, really. I want to see if we can loot that and get away with it. Pick up. Loot. Nobody's looking. Nothing? Wow. An evidence chest? There's literally no evidence to say that this person was guilty. Bit of melon. A whole chicken? 20 gold coin for the glass. Blimey. Wait, what's down there? Can you even get here? Can't get there. Rusted prison door. That is a great prison. Yeah, do you want to escape? Off you go. Well, I can't find this healer. Wait a minute. What's this?
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave? Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
True.
Is that somebody's house? Oh, look who it is. It's that weird impish person.
Again. Swing and swing and parry.
There. Done.
Nice backpack.
Swing and swing and... Oh.
Grab all that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Nettie is. It said so, go and see Nettie the healer, and we've been all around here. And simply cannot find this person. Unless they're down here, maybe. We've not been down here. Or down there. Wherever that goes. Ooh. We'll go down there in a minute.
Please, let us through.
Oh,
It
God,
is
no.
forbidden. Let my daughter go right now! She's a thief, hellspawn. And you will wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back! Oh, let me through, Mragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out!
Okay, Druid. You were saying? I'll rip your throat out. Turns into Druid. Yeah, okay, we'll go sit over here.
Do all the damn rituals you want! Damn it! We could have taken those guards.
Hey.
These things over.
I can talk to animals.
Because that went so well last time.
Hang on, let's make sure we've got the high charisma one.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Come, Magrin, give him a chance. You, step back. We'll not tolerate drow in here.
Ooh, racist. If it weren't for me, you'd be overrun by goblins now. I'll go where I please. Why? What's so special down here? I'm not looking for trouble. That's rubbish. Ignore them and proceed. Probably not doing that.
Keep back. Force my hand and I'll show you its claws.
A moment, Giorna.
What? Why would she allow one of them?
Is this the druids we have to talk to?
I suppose so. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
I've not even told you my name yet.
One wrong move and every single animal here will tear you apart.
Man, she's friendly. Not. What are they doing? Hey, let's go and talk to the boar. Come here, Tusk.
I thought you were Halsey.
The boar prances around, haunches clenching and unclenching impatiently.
I love this.
Where's Halsey? Promise me a mate.
This boar wants a friend. What a fantastic ability. Okay, all of that's going to be stealing.
Speak.
I'm looking for a healer. Help me to narrow the search.
Find Nettie in her room. Through the carved door, deeper in the grove.
Okay, through the carved door. What were you saying to that bird?
The bird knows. She needs to know. You do not.
I'm going to talk to the bird and find out. Are you sure? I did help you defend this grove. I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. What did you say to the bird? Come now, don't be shy.
Forgive me. It is not you I fear. It is my brethren. More follow Korga every day. They are afraid, and she offers a simple solution. Eject the refugees, and we will be safe.
This is not something my character would be engaging with.
Perhaps not. But that does not make it right. Only Master Halsin can stop this. I pray my bird returns with news of him. If not, I fear for my people.
What happened to Halsin? Shouldn't the ritual protect the grove? You're not helping the others prepare it. I hear a ritual can protect the grove. Are you helping prepare it?
Some of the lines remind me of Geralt. Such as fascinating story. Any chance you're nearing the end?
Nearing the end? How can I put this? If I was on my way to London by foot, I've not even got to the bottom of my street right now. In terms of how far I've got through this game.
He left with the adventurers. They went treasure hunting in an old temple near here. Master Halsin did not chase treasure. I do not know what he was chasing, but he never returned.
Shouldn't the ritual protect the grove?
The ritual is Korga's decision, but she is not our leader. Master Halsin welcomed the refugees in. I wait for him to resolve this.
Where's that bird? I want to talk to the bird. I just saw that bird. You've hidden the bird. What did you do with the bird, love? Did I talk to the butterflies? There's the bird.
Shh, I'm concentrating. Does this look good? Is the coin in the middle?
This is just genius. I mean, if you didn't have this ability, that would just be a bird. But because I can talk to the bird, it's just brilliant. Deception. I'd leave it out. It's too dull. Intimidation. Kick at the bird, trying to scare it away. Wow. Stop fussing. It looks fine. It's slightly off. Push it a bit to the right. That sounds more like it.
Yes. Yes, you're right. That's it.
Oh my god, that's so good. Can we talk to it anymore? Oh. Oh, I've helped him to fix his OCD problem. Tuffet. How you doing, Tuffet?
I'm sleeping.
Throw a fish next to the elevator. What? Could you just move a bit? I need to use the elevator.
Okay.
Whee! Only two of us, though. Third one got left behind. So... I think we need to go down there anyway, don't I? I need to talk to the main character. I don't even know what's up here. Ooh. Nadira. Okay, I think we should get the whole party together. I think it was an enemy, yeah.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
What if we take the rogue?
Keep the blade close.
What if we separate him?
Yes, let's.
I'll lead with the rogue. We'll go sneaky sneaky.
The element of surprise.
Oh. Well, so much for that theory. I mean, we literally sneaked up a step and it just auto-killed. So yeah. Maybe it was scripted. It's not a good percentage.
Let's go.
It'd be a shame if he died. Has he been hexed or something? Threatened. Doesn't happen when people take the other route up. I don't know. Like, when did it last autosave? Where's the autosaves? Man, that's not very frequent. There's literally no option to change the frequency in the autosave. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why she just died. Like, we just snuck... I literally sneak attacked, went to there, and then he just went bang. There's just nothing I could do about it.
Onward.
20%. Apparently I can't get close enough to attack. Saved.
Still breathing, despite everything. On my way.
Twitch Sam, thank you for 34 months. Started playing yesterday, I haven't skipped the starting area, but man, it's hard. Died 4 times. What difficulty level are you playing on? Yeah, you see that? He didn't even get an attack. Or we just went before him. Either way, he's... Can we do anything super sneaky on him? Can't have disadvantaged against target. Eleven of 27 he's on.
This way.
That's it. As if he can hit me from there. I genuinely thought he wouldn't even attack me. Genuinely thought, if a member of your opponent reaches 0 hit points, they are down. This is a state between life and death. On successful rolls, they become stable. On 3 failures, they die. Okay. Up and down cancers. Can we not cast a heal on him? Can the cleric not heal him? Okay. He's on 11 hit points, so we can probably kill him before then. Yeah, but I have to go over and heal him, I think. Healing word acts at range. Shelf dip, jump. Healing word. Seems to be on cooldown. I probably have to rest.
Time to push my luck again.
Glitch them into the rock. Can we loot him? He's on 1 hit point. I love this.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
You reckon, mate? You reckon? Well, sorry about that, Nadira. A soul coin. These coins can power infernal engines. What the heck is an infernal engine? Scroll of Featherfall. You and nearby allies gain immunity to falling damage. Disorders of the nerves and mind, a treatise on death and resurrection. Can we resurrect her?
You peer through the telescope.
Okay. Squint at the distant object trying to make out further details, or focus the telescope on the distant object trying to get a clear view.
You see a dragon circling like a bird of prey, hunting. The telescope points to the left.
That's where we crashed.
The telescope points straight ahead. The telescope points to the right.
Really? Can we look at something interesting on the way rather than just here's some sky, here's a roof. Like,
The telescope points straight ahead.
can we just... Okay, give up. Long rest, go to camp and end the day. You have enough camp supplies to restore hit points and stuff. Oh, yeah, okay, we'll do that.
How do you feel?
So what now? Wasn't I just resting on a hill? Not exactly sure where I am right now. Honestly, I don't know. How do you feel? Fine, much better than I thought I would. What is this?
Yes, me as well. Besides the occasional mental exchange, it's almost as if we're not infected. I feel good. It's so strange. Do you remember the voice aboard the ship?
It's been hard to forget. What do you mean? I was trying not to dwell on it, but thank you for reminding me.
Yes. Almost like it's whispering to me still. The voice said I'd become a beautiful weapon. What do you think that means?
I don't know about Halcyon Might if we can find him. Sounds like it had plans for us. Who knows? Could have been a hallucination. I'm just glad we're still alive. Or maybe it's a compliment. Probably that one.
Whatever they were, those plans were interrupted by the dragons. Either way, we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to find a healer. Well, I've said my piece. Get some rest.
That's the only annoying thing is your character stands... It's like GTA 5, isn't it? Where your character just stands there and never says anything. At your camp, you can take a long rest and fully heal your party. You can also manage party members, advance relationships with your companions, store items, and eventually change your character and recruit more followers. Okay. This doesn't look like where we set up camp, but okay.
Should mind my step.
So I noticed that if you press the tab key, it brings up this party thing. And down the bottom here, that's the what you can carry. But then if you go to character sheet, it says down the bottom, it says approval. So it's basically what they feel about us. So the cleric is more or less neutral with us, I think. But the scumbag rogue doesn't like us that much. But I don't know how you change this. It said that we could change this, but I'm not sure how. And then there's all the spell book and inventory, blah, blah, blah. An elegant stool.
You're staring at me again. What do you want? Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city. It's all rather tedious.
A magistrate?
Oh, darling, I'm hurt. I thought we had something special.
So what now? He's going. As soon as we can change him, he's going.
No traps, please.
Okay, how do we just rest? Go to bed. What else can you do here? I will just rest. Oh, here we go. There's Rogue. There he goes. Captain Untrustworthy. Love to know what he got up to. Where the heck is this? I'm at the campsite. I don't know where the campsite is. Leave camp. Overgrown ruins. Emerald Grove ruins. Ah, good. That's such a weird system. So that, let's go back to, I want to go back to there. Create a custom marker. Right, everybody get on here. I don't know where Nelly is. I'm meant to be talking to somebody down here. There we go. Got him? Follow and boss.
You there! Hello! Do my eyes deceive me? A drow! Here! Forgive my surprise. It's rare to find your kind above ground. Rare and intriguing on a day already packed with intrigue. You were at the gates just now, no? When the goblins came? You saw them up close? A few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest.
He's rather exuberant, isn't he? Fine, ask your questions. Also, there's no overstating my disinterest. I have no time for questions.
I'll make it very quick. Hand to heart. Glory. Now then, how would you describe that particular batch of goblins? Size, nature, distinguishing qualities?
You search your mind, but remember nothing useful about goblin social order or
Save
behavior.
failed on history. Lol. They were goblins, same as all the others, lowly and vile. There were shape-shifted divas. You see, I still think that boar or whatever it was is a
Goblins
shapeshifter.
struck fear and awe in heart of wilting witness. And the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the brass or silver variety?
Dragon?
Witnesses failed to notice the obvious dragon.
Is this a Daily Mail or something?
Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally to the absolute when they fell upon the gates?
Did they rally to the absolute when they fell upon the gates? I don't think so. I was concentrating on not dying.
Really? Well, this does complicate things. But then again, well, never mind. I've interrogated one, a captive in this very camp. She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiet in favor of someone called the Absolute. The scandal!
Goblin superstition not worth the ink and parchment. Hold your tongue.
Ah, but is superstition all? These goblins are informed by a kind of strategy anathema to their kind. I, for one, intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact. If you'll excuse me, I ought not to door roll.
Be careful, goblins aren't known for mercy, don't care. Wait, about our conversation earlier, why the dragon? What brought you to the wilds in the first place?
My friend, every story benefits from a dragon. Until we meet again.
Liam, thank you for 18 months. Packing your things, ready to move home. Good luck.
I smell drama amongst these adventurers. What have you heard? Keep their confidence, if you insist.
In umbram cretus, sanguine ioratus.
Mm-hmm. Are we meant to talk to somebody here? Bosk. Let's chat with Bosk. Huff. Hang on a minute.
Just a moment. This man is recording my story. I am far from home.
As the colourful man starts scribbling, the bear sneaks a quick look at the page. His brow furrows. Incomprehensible squiggles surround a crude sketch. A bear disemboweling a clutch of tieflings.
Oh, I love it.
Would that we could speak freely, my Ursine friend. Alas, I've never learned to converse.
Right. Get rid of that, can't I? How do you get rid of that custom marker? Right, so where are we meant to be going here? Who's that? Rescue the druid Halcyon from the goblin camp. Alright, we should probably go and do that. We're fully healed anyway. How do we... Can we not set a waypoint to get there? Ah, that's what those purple things were. Interesting. Okay, we want to head west. I'm going to go up this road. Yeah. That's the gate where we had a fight, so we need to go this way. You mean Nettie? I couldn't find Nettie the healer.
What I really miss about Baldur's Gate? The food.
What's going on here then?
Freshest fish I've ever had.
I don't care for fish.
I don't care for fish.
Well, that's a different matter. Rare as can be.
A what? Sanguinated boar.
Well, unless we find a cure, you won't have any teeth to chew it with soon enough.
Bloodless pig meat.
The pig's dead, my friend. Staring at it won't bring it back. Come on. We'll never fix these brain worms if we stop and gawk at every piece of carrion
Nah,
we find.
Lasmona, we'll find her. Examine the bear's corpse. Roll a d20. Don't have medicine, but we'll give it a go. No, Liam.
The boar seems to be fresh, only a few hours dead. Examining the corpse, you see 2 small puncture wounds in its neck.
And is it dead enough for you?
Persuasion or intimidation? I mean, we could use either, but we'll use that one because we can threaten him. That's my character. That's Chav. Chav the Warlock. Yeah, he is literally about to intimidate this other guy. Oh, 3?
Not very good.
I mean, literally, I needed a 5 or over, and I failed.
Yes, I know. It's a waste of our time.
Against
and I'm
him?
done indulging you.
That is poor. It's absolutely poor. Hang on, what's the option to quick save in this? Keybind. End turn is space key, that's good to know. F8 to quick load, F5 to quick save. L for reactions. There you go, F5, good.
Better not be cursed.
Why does he keep saying that?
West Baldurs Gate, East El Terrell.
Okay, not too far. We're so going to get attacked here. A shovel, a hammer, and a spoon.
Do you have someone waiting for you in Baldur's Gate, Astarion? A sweetheart, perhaps?
Not one in particular. The city is a veritable feast of sweethearts.
You must be eager to get back then. Slimmer pickings out in this wilderness.
2 dead adventurers. 3 dead adventurers and a dead goblin.
Thought you was busy with the foul bloods in Elson's Grove.
I have somewhere else to be. I left as quickly as I could. I didn't waste my time with devil spawn. Thought you were busy leading your crew.
Smart. Those bastards will spit on your grave after running you through. Tieflings. Goblins. Gods, this contract was cursed from the first.
What was the contract? Looks like you're ill-prepared. A few goblins killed your whole crew. Pathetic. There we go.
Wasn't no few goblins, mate. There's an entire hive of them. Contract failed to mention that part.
I think it's a skill issue. Was that option? What was the contract?
The kind that leaves half your crew dead. There's a wizard in Baldur's Gate that'll pay gobloads for a relic, supposedly buried round these parts. But gold ain't any use if you're too cold to spend it.
Let's say I want that gold. Just saying. Well, where would I find the relic?
It's called the Night Song. Supposed to be hidden under the temple where the goblins jumped us. I'd give you a map of the temple and wish you a happy funeral. But my mate Brian kept hold of it like his own sodger. Goblins made short of the fat old chunk.
Oh, we'll just take it off him. You
All
don't need
that
it
goes to
anyway.
Contract. Can show you where we turn back, if you feel like
Yes,
dying.
please do. Thanks, I'll take it.
Don't thank me. I'll be well on my way to Baldur's Gate when you die. I'm just glad to be rid of the bloody thing. Happy hunting.
Cool, cheers, thanks.
Come on. We're wasting
Press I
time.
to view. A scuffed handbill stump with an engraved seal boldly proclaims, "Adventurers wanted for perilous and profitable quest. Master Lororikin, the Arcanist of Athkatla, the recuse of Lathathith Tower, seeks brave and enterprising individuals to delve treacherous temple and recover stored artifact, the Night Song," in bold, "for a preservation in Baldur's Gate. Only stout of heart and keen of mind need reply. Fame, glory, and incredible fortune assured." Right. Is that on our map now? Wait, they've just gone? And now we can loot them? Nice. Thieves' tools, a trap disarm kit. Oh, yeah. A scroll of Featherfall again, a scroll of Firebolt. Very useful when you've run out of stuff. We can definitely use that armor class 11 armor. I'm going to give that to the cleric, I think. Leather armor. Give that to Shadowheart. Oh, she's got medium on. In that case, give it to Scumbag. He's got padded. Oh, he's already got padded. Fine. Doesn't matter.
Move.
In that case, can we send it back to camp? Get rid of all that. I want to keep this guy as lightweight as possible because I actually don't want... I'm not going to use them for very long. No, they don't bury the comrades. They let you loot them.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Still breathing? Goblin's drawing. Drawn in thick charcoal lines upon an animal skin, this childlike portrait depicts 3 stick figures. A goblin with sparks in its hands, a square humanoid figure, and what seems to be an elf, each of them wearing a simple crown. Strange. That looks well dodgy. Do you not think that looks well dodgy down there? I think that looks well dodgy.
What's inside?
Approval is what they think of you. So where's he put it on the map then? Get help from Healer Nettie. Find the Night Song, show on map. Oh. Hang on. That's very close to where we're going, isn't it? If I create that, then go back to... Oh, that's all in the same place. Okay. Hang on, I want to test a theory. I want to test the theory and see what's down here.
Don't waste a step.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
What tracks? Cave mouth. Oh, owlbear.
Open up. That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
What do you reckon? A level 2 against an owlbear. Whoa, what's that over there? What, you just forgot to draw that?
You feel the quake of its heavy footsteps before you see it. An owlbear, its beaked face looming out of the darkness.
That's a big boy.
What's this? Something weak, something tender. Won't even have to chew you before I feed you to my son. Soft meat.
You're injured. There's still half a spear lodged in your head. Sorry, wrong cave. I'll be going. Move closer. You've had your last meal, beast. Now grab your cub alike. I don't know. I don't know if it's talking to me because I have the ability to talk to it. It is possible. I didn't actively talk to it, but I do have the spell active. I'm going to see what it says about this.
It's a splinter. I've gutted bigger threats than you with worse.
We got intimidation and persuasion. Let me go or you watch your cub die before I finish you. Let's try and intimidate it. This'll be funny. Come on. Get in. Intimidate the owlbear.
Brave. Stupid, but brave. And I'm too tired to deal with brave. You can go, but you make one wrong step and I'll rip you to shreds.
How many hit points did that thing have? 91! See, it's a level 3. We could take that one out, though. Probably wouldn't make it out the cave alive. Cragged rock. Why is that highlightable? Can we climb that? I don't know what it's going to let us do. Interesting. Was this just to give you some elevation or something? Is there anything lootable down here? Wait, there's a short sword on the floor. Oh, look. "91 hit points at level 1 is level 2 is a bit of a tall ask. Like we're doing spells that are doing 8 or 9 damage. Like it literally has 4 to 5 times the hit points. Can we loot that, do you think? Guess not. Yeah, a bit too close. That's fine. Let's see what happens.
Now they see me.
Need to get the rogue into some kind of darkness.
With finesse.
This thing's gonna hit like a truck, isn't it?
Where do I go from here?
Couldn't even do anything. Right, burning hands is a possibility. We could put the armor on, but don't know how long that's going to give us. Run to higher ground, possibly. I mean, I can't imagine it can't get up, but maybe that's the answer. Maybe you just dash upstairs or something. Surely it can climb up here. Or maybe it tries to and it falls down. Who knows?
These boots have seen everything.
Okay. Interesting that missed. Avoid enemy sightlines while sneaking to remain hidden. So this is going to get a free attack on us if we try and move away. Which could be bad. We can also put duplicity up. Yeah, wasn't bothered about that. Wasn't bothered about that. Try shoving. Try to push your target away. The spike. You can hit it. I think we'd have to get it in the right spot, but it is doable, I think. See, if I run, it's going to get a free attack, but what else can I do?
Moving.
So that's a one-shot kill. Good to know. Your turn.
Time to move.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Wait, I thought the cleric was dead. Oh, that's interesting. So they weren't actually dead, they were downed, and they just carry on attacking until they are dead. Good to know. Okay, it's good to know that's how that works. No, it's the combat's turn-based. Everything in between isn't. Once it goes to combat, it goes to a turn-based game. Perhaps I was testing the water. I knew it was a big thing. It was fun trying. I'm going to go back in and...
Light on my feet.
I'm going to go left and see what happens down that way. I reckon I can get the rogue in to sneak and steal stuff.
Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Like, how do we... Was there any way down there to go that way? Interesting. Let me try something. What if we choose the rogue, ungroup it, go stealthy?
Breathe deep and move.
Can you even go that way? Can't reach destination. Cragged rock. There you go. Let's see if you can sneak down there. Because that'll be fun. Come on, sneaky rogue. Let's see what you got. Wait, that's not the rogue.
Keep your distance, darling. Let's move.
Let's get on with it. I must keep going.
Let's keep to the shadows. Nice and easy.
The way he whispers. Let's keep to the shadows.
A shrine to Seluna. Quaint.
The war between Selûne and Shah. Gilded chest. Incense candle. There's a scroll there. The scroll of detect thoughts. Let's see what happens when he goes into the light. Arcana failed. Don't care. Potion of animal speaking. Potion of healing.
I need a different approach, clearly.
What do we need to open that, I wonder? What do you reckon that is? It's got Selûne's seal on it. We could try bringing Chav down.
Keeping my head down. Right on my feet.
Yeah, I want to get a character who has heavy armor. That's what I'm missing. And I don't really need a rogue. I'd like a sorcerer and a wizard, or and a fighter. Kind of failed. Wow, he actually took damage.
On my way.
Actually took damage this time. Okay.
Quiet. Not a sound.
Let's see how sneaky this guy is. Oh. Oh, look at that. That's like the visibility. Interesting.
You feel the quake of its heavy footsteps before you see it. An owlbear, its beaked face.
Let's see if it talks to him.
Out of the darkness.
It just says growl. That's interesting. So basically, it was because we could speak to animals. We understood exactly what it said. Puff out your chest and roar. Oh, we got to do this. 15 difficulty. He gets an 18. As if he just did that. As if the guy just rolled.
The beast shrinks back, feathers quivering.
It just backed off.
Ready or not.
Absolutely brilliant.
Let's be quick.
Okay, we'll have to come back to this. I'm going to mark it on the map. Let's regroup.
Looking ahead. What path lies before me?
Well, where are you going? Can you light the incense next to the chest? I do not know. I just assume it was a prop.
Don't touch me. Go.
Well, you just pick it up. Can we jump over that?
That might be worth a look.
Oh, perception. Selenite prayer sheet. A prayer dedicated to Seltan, imploring all to accept the Moon Maiden's blessing and share in her bounty. To Saloon.
A prayer to dear old Saluna.
Religion failed.
Adorable.
Do you reckon that's got something to do with the box? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's something to do with this box, isn't it? Yeah, look, Saloon seal. A protective shield surrounds the chest, dealing 4 to 24 radiant damage to any heretic. Wait, what? That could have killed him outright? Blimey. We don't really have anybody religious.
A prayer sheet. What's this symbol on it?
We don't have anybody that knows religion. Ancient House House Saloon came into being along with her sister Shah. Mickey, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Welcome, guys. Appreciate the gifts. If you just got a sub, give Mickey a thank you. I don't think there's anything we can do with this right now.
What to do? Have to keep going.
We'll put a marker down.
Let's see.
It was good having a little lock in there, though. If we get a character who knows religion... Cave mouth, look. There you go. Onward and upward.
but that will fit in my pack. What's in here?
Recipe unlocked. Salts of mugwort. How do I access my recipes? This game literally doesn't tell you anything. It says recipe unlocked. Oh, here we go. Salts of mugwort. Create extracts by combining 3 of the same ingredient. Different extracts can be combined to make powerful concoctions. Rogue's morsel. So we put 3 of them together. That creates salts of rogue's morsel. Whatever that does. Okay, I have to keep finding 3 of stuff. Blighted village.
Well, boys. Looks like we got ourselves a trespasser. Wait. A drow? In the sun? Stand down! This one's got a touch of the absolute about him.
Interesting.
Apologies, your lordship. Hard making you out from a distance.
I should pluck your eyes out. You're clearly not using them.
Please, your greatness. Was an honest mistake is all. You'll get no more trouble from us. Promise.
Brilliant. What do you mean you can't get there? Picked up a bucket. Okay. Let's have a look around the blighted village. What do you mean locked?
Wonder what's past this.
We'll see about locked. He rolls a 20. Instant success on a crit. I critically opened it. Oh wow, it's dark in here. I didn't actually think this was... I thought it was like a barn or something. Not an entire underground smelting facility. Blimey. Thieves' tools, nice. More thieves' tools, nice. Rotten tomato, you can keep that.
Just another crate.
No, it's not just another crate. There might be things inside. Rags and Tanner's Delight.
Anything of use?
Ooh. 8 gold. I have to send some of this stuff back to the base or something. Carrying on way too much stuff. We'll put the heavy crossbow back in camp. I don't know why I'm carrying a bucket, but there you go. Great camera. What do we use rope for? Is it just a saleable item, or can we actually use it in some way? Plenty of lockpicks. Rotten carrots, lovely. Can't believe how many thieves' tools. That mace is good money. 50 gold for a warhammer.
Something the matter?
No, I just misclicked you. I was trying to click the box. We should get to know each other a little more. What is this?
We've been through quite a lot, with likely more to come. Care to narrow it down a little?
Okay. Been a bit sassy, don't you think? That made me jump. Did not expect that. Highcliff's blueprints. What's that then? Read. Precise arcs and neatly drawn lines from the blueprints of 3 weapons: a great sword, a sickle, and a dagger. Each length and angle is marked with exact measurements, and forging instructions are printed carefully along the bottom of the page, emphasizing an unusual ingredient: Sur bark. Can only be applied to ordinary, unmodified blade. Finish the masterwork weapon. What? We discovered that Circe's trees can be found deep within the Underdark. We found blueprints for masterwork weapons. All we need to forge one is some bark from a Circe tree. What? I can forge stuff down here. Nice. That would be pretty cool.
Well now, what have we here?
Oh, the rogue just I can't believe it. The rogue's perception ability noticed the scroll near the box, and it just noticed this dodgy wall. The rogue is actually useful. Blacksmith's bellows. Oh, wow. So you can literally make your own weapons here. I wonder if that's what you need tongs for. Whoa, game. Gonna look.
A long way to go still.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Attack or examine.
How delicious.
Do you reckon you were supposed to put the explosive barrel next to that wall and then detonate it? Yeah, but the barrel's exploded now, so I can't use it. I think we're supposed to have detonated this. There's a barrel here, a chest here, but I can't get there. How do we climb up there in any way? Do you reckon you can build something to climb up here? I can't pick these up. So the rope, where's the rope? We had loads of rope a minute ago.
No one stopped me yet.
Split, throw, examine. There must be a way of using the rope to actually make that climbable. There used to be a ladder, but the exploding chest destroyed it. When was the last save? Well, that's just before we went downstairs. We could try that again. I am curious, if we move that next to the wall and detonate it, it might reveal something. It could well be that those trees are growing in a cave beyond that wall. And we can get some bark and make our own weapon. Maybe.
Moving ahead. Something good here, I hope.
I wonder if that barrel always explodes, or whether it's random.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay. So before the barrel, I don't know which one detonated. I think it was that one.
Trap.
Ooh.
Be cautious.
That is the trapped one. He saw that. He went past it and noticed it.
Trust no one.
Interesting.
Easy.
Jeez, this guy gets some bonuses. Oh, hello, steel forged sword. Infernal iron. Interesting. Specimen metal, hardness 9.5. Color silver. Gift from Redacted. Faintly sulfuric odor. Forgiving is unsuccessful, will not melt or warp at standard temperature. Source Underdark. I'm going to give that to the cleric. Right, this guy can use that. Oh, he can dual wield. He can dual wield. That could make him quite interesting. A longsword and a rapier. No, I don't want you to pick the barrel up. The rapier does 4 to 11.
No time to rest.
Chav's got a 4 to 11 rapier. Okay. Is it possible?
Tricks. Silent as the grave.
Is it possible to move that box? Wait, was that gunpowder? Smoke powder barrel. Hang on a minute.
What have we here?
No. Where are you going, dude? Where are you going?
Ah, interesting.
Wait, what? Why has the wall disappeared? Wait, is that an illusion? What was that? Like, the whole wall got removed, and then it didn't? Will you stop putting it over here? Well, that is just... I'm beginning... That's got to be a camera thing, isn't it? You can literally drag it out of your inventory. There you go. You can drag... I didn't know that. I just tried it. You can drag it and put it exactly where you want it. Okay. Ranged attack on it. Not what I had in mind. You might not need to blow up the chest then. It might have things inside. I was kind of hoping for an explosion with a disappearing wall. Didn't kind of go that way. I know that the chest explodes. Automatically critically hits objects and environments. 44 plus 18 force on explosive. It's got to be an explosive barrel. It's got to be.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have. Can't slow down.
Crack wall, 10 on 10. Maybe just attack it. Maybe we're just overthinking this. That works. Oh, where are you going? Why would you stand next to the booby trap box? Right, do you reckon he can, like, disarm this? He has a disarm... Did he have the disarm kit? I think he did. Disarm. Oh, you scumbag. Try a little harder, Mr. Rogue. I honestly want to know what's inside this box. I must admit, I do love the way the Rogue notices stuff. Like, his perception's really useful. Also, Chav's ability to persuade people and intimidate is also really useful, and talk to animals. Right, try again. That's better. You did that the first time. Okay. Better gold and High Cliff's blueprints. Precise arcs. Hang on a minute. We've already had this. A masterwork weapon.
Deucer tree. The Underdark.
The Underdog. Well, you were wrong about the magical gloves. I want a refund.
Maybe I need more pockets.
You don't need more pockets. You need bigger pockets. He's almost encumbered now. He's going to have to start giving his stuff away.
How much further can I go?
They're not all my characters, no. I rolled Chav, but then the other two ended up in the same predicament we did, so we're kind of travelling together for a while. The Whispering Depths, this is where we get that stuff from. This is where we got our special tree bark. The spider web. That looks like a trap to me.
Or I'll end up as a meal.
Now, how are you supposed to get over there, eh?
Something didn't like that.
My concern is that if we get... Oh, we climbed down here. What? Commence battle? Oh, I think we just angered something. Hello? Did you not like us destroying that? I feel really bad for you. Not. 33 hit points. There's not a lot I can do now. Oh, if you want to stay on this side. I wonder if that can get over here. I'm quite happy to just kite it. Ethereal Jaunt. Phase Spider. What the? Oh, he's webbed us. He's covered in web. Doubled movement cost, difficult terrain web. I love it. Okay, right. How many hit points have you got? 33. They won't be here for a little while. Right now, I'm not worried about melee because they can't really melee us. Can't really speak with animals. It's a 3-meter range. I think we're going to have to just blast it with the Eldritch. If they all group together, we could cone attack them. I'm not so sure. I kind of feel like spiders should be able to walk up walls. 2 to 9 on the range attack, 2 to 9 on the piercing shot. We could try piercing shot on it. Try and get a wound on it. Okay, we've put a gaping wound on it, I think.
Let's end this.
Mr. Cleric. What are you on? 19. Eleven hit points left and just got critted. Okay, I think we'll stay here. Right, Mr. Roguey Rogue. Whoa, did that just teleport in? What the? That feels like cheating. We were doing okay right up until the point where this guy teleported in and almost killed Chaff. I thought we had the fight under control. He's poisoned, has a gaping wound. Should be able to finish him off. This guy I'm really concerned about. We need to get rid of him ASAP. John, thanks for 71. We can strike. Nah. I have to hit him with that, I think. %. That's not good stats. Why is it so low? What just happened? Seriously, what just happened? Why did we all get hit for necrotic damage? I literally aimed for him. How on earth did it just... Oh my life. That doesn't make any sense. So you're telling me if I aim for him with a 65% chance it explodes on the floor and kills us all? Lovely. Well, that's a big fat rip, isn't it? It's not a ranged spell, it hits around you. It says 3 meters on it, it is ranged.
My faith will protect me. Bleed for me.
10 hit points left. We don't have enough movement to get down though. Missed? 94% chance of hitting and he missed. Are you serious? Cunning action, hide. Can we hide though? No. Yikes. Chav's on 1 hit point. That thing hits like a truck. Right, where are you, little scumbag? %. 42%. It's so like where that's gone now. It's so tricky. Maybe we should just step back and let it move itself up here. Let's get rid of that.
Concentrate.
Well, she can heal herself, I guess.
Take you. Take you.
Okay.
On the move.
That web is very annoying.
Sounds like fun.
Immune to simple toxin. How is this thing still alive? Good, now we can hit you. Okay, he's poisoned. God for that. That's him gone.
I'm ready.
Any grenades, I wish. Right, ranged attack on that or a fireball on that. Missed. Chavez carrying grenade alternatives, yeah. I mean, he could throw like a spiked bulb for 1 damage. I mean, or a caustic bulb for 1 to 4 damage. I mean, it's not a lot of damage though, is it?
Let's end this.
Chip away at this guy. See, that's not moving, like... I'm so glad we're able to take these out in sections. If they all attacked us, we'd be dead.
Can't afford to let up.
Void 1 can be interesting, can throw it close to an edge and draws enemies to it, equals fall damage. I don't think that's going to cause fall damage there, though. Okay. So now, I guess we all move down here.
Concentrate.
I don't know what level they are. No idea. just want to get out this stupid web.
Light on my feet.
Right, you stay there. I'm not sending you down on your own.
On my way.
Right, what's this? Enter turn-based mode. Looks like they've all leveled up. I think we should level up and get some more hit points. That's what I think we should do right now. Health has increased. We'll take that. Okay, let's learn spells. Ooh. Blindness. 18 meter. Limit a foe's sight range. It's easier to hit and the creature will miss more often. That's quite tasty. Blinding a creature from 18 meters is very nice. Cloud of daggers. Conjure a cloud of spinning daggers that attack anyone inside for 10 turns, but requires concentration. A crown of madness. That's humanoid. Instill madness in a humanoid enemy, making them attack the creature closest to them, other than you, even if it's allied. That's not bad, but only against humanoids. Darkness for 10 turns, obscures and blinds creatures within it. Ethereal. Reduce the creature's peripheral vision and make it look at you. Oh, enthrall. I don't know why I just read that wrong. Enthrall. Why is that useful? Is that more for the casting on the tank or something? Hold a humanoid enemy. They can't move or react. Invisibility. Touch a creature to turn it invisible. Attacks against it have disadvantage. Attacks with advantage. It attacks with advantage. That would be good for the rogue. Mirror image. Create 3 illusionary duplicates of yourself that distract attackers. Each duplicate increases your armor class by 3. Whenever you successfully evade an attack, one of the duplicates... That is so nice. That is so cool. So basically, that puts your armor class up by 9, and it only comes down by 3 whenever they miss. So it's almost like you get 3 free attacks on you with no damage. Misty Step. Surrounded by silver mist, you teleport to an unoccupied space you can see. Wow. An 18-meter teleportation spell. Ooh, that's pretty tasty. Ray of Enfeeblement. Weaken a foe, they deal half damage with weapon attacks using strength. For 10 turns. So any enemy you come up against that uses strength, as in melee skill, that will half their damage. That is pretty nice. A Scorching Ray. Here we go. Hurl 3 rays of fire. Each ray does 2 to 12 fire damage. Woo! Shatter. 3 to 24 damage. Damages all nearby creatures and objects. Creatures made of inorganic materials such as stone have disadvantage on their saving throw. Charm person. Gotta love that. Charm a humanoid to prevent it from attacking you. Man, there are some good spells here. I really don't know which one we should go for. Could find a use for a lot of these. You see, that says attacks anyone inside, so I take that to mean friendly fire as well. I think mirror image is fantastic to defend him. It's a great spell for him to not get hit. That is a get out of jail free card. That is pretty good against elites when you need to half their damage, but if it fails, it does require concentration though. But it does make them a lot weaker. Yeah, I think it's based on 5th edition, but not exactly the same. That is insane. That's great output damage. But how do you control the 3 rays of fire? Until you see the spell in action. Damages all nearby creatures and objects. So that's a basic AoE spell. Targets take half damage if they do a con save. Creatures made of vinegar and materials such as stone have disadvantage on the saving throw. So that basically does 3d8 thunder damage to creatures in an area 18 meters away. So that's a throwable AoE. 3 attack rolls, potentially at 3 targets. This one. So you can pick your targets. You pick a target for each ray. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. Yeah, we'll go with that then. I do like this defense one, but damage output like that is going to save us. What does the notation 3d8 mean? Looks like I need to know throw dice, but... Okay, so Captain Flint, the way these D&D game works is the D means dice, so D8 means an 8-sided dice, yeah? So a classic die is a 6-sided die, yeah? It's a cube. That's a D6 in notation. So if it says 3d6, it means you pick up 3 6-sided dice and you roll them. So where it says 3d8, it means pick up 3 8-sided dice and roll them. Now if you think about it, an 8-sided dice has 8 sides on it. So it has number 1 up to number 8. So the very least it could ever roll is a 1. So if you've got 3 of them, the minimum you could roll is 3. That's where they all line up 1, 1, 1. And the maximum you could ever roll is 24. Because they all line up 8, 8, 8. Hence why 3d8 has a damage spread of 3 to 24. That's the minimum and the maximum it can have. Does that make sense? So 3d6 has 3 to 18 damage. And I think it tells you there, you see? So that says 6d6. So the minimum it could ever be is 6 1s, and the most it could ever be is 6 6s. So the spread there is 6 to 36 damage. So in tabletop, that's what you do. You literally physically pick the dice up and you throw them. And then you count the numbers up. Jesse Juice, thank you for 42 months. Right, Pact Boon. Your patron bestows a gift upon you for your loyal service. This is the Warlock thing. Choose one of the following. Pact of Chain. Gain the service of a familiar, a face spirit that takes a form of your choosing. This could be an animal, imp, or quasit. I don't even know what a quasit is. Pact of the Blade. You can summon a pact weapon or blind the one you are wielding. Sorry, bind the one you are wielding, making it magical. Pact weapons use the wielder's spellcasting ability modifier instead of strength or dexterity. I actually used to have a D100 on Amici. You can buy D100s, they're hilarious. They're about that big in your hand, and they have 100 sides, they're brilliant. Pact of the Tome. Your patron grants a grimoire called the Book of Shadows, which allows you to cast Guidance, Vicious Mockery. Can we have a look at these? Press T to inspect. Guidance. Divination cantrip. The target gains a plus D4 ability to ability checks for 10 turns. Vicious Mockery. Insult a creature. It has a disadvantage on its next attack roll. Thorn Whip. A 1d6 piercing damage. Meh. Bind until long rest. Okay. A bonus or penalty based on the ability your class uses to cast spells. This ability is indicated on your character sheet. So that's charisma. So that if I've understood this, that would put a bonus from our charisma onto the blade. But we don't tend to do a lot of blade attack. And that's just a random familiar. Does that attack in any way or just wander around after you? Gain the service of a familiar. A face spirit that takes the form of your choosing. What does it mean by the service? Does anybody know what that will give us? If it's just going to be some, like, creature that follows us around but doesn't do anything, it's just going to get annoying. Does what you tell it to. Like what? Will it attack? Will it do things? See, I don't think I need the blade one just because I don't use the blade that often. If I'm using the blade, they're in melee range, aren't they? I think you can send it ahead and sense through its senses. That's rubbish. This one, it's going to be one of these two. Click the box as if you're going to select it. What do you mean I can't? Like that? Find familiar. Summon a familiar. A face spirit that takes an animal form of your choosing. Find familiar. Imp. Summon a familiar with the form of an imp that can fly, turn invisible, and sting enemies. That's not terrible. Summon a familiar with the form of Quasit that can turn invisible and scare enemies. They're not terrible. Pact of the Blade. Summon a weapon to your hand. It uses the wielder's spellcasting ability modifier, and its damage is magical. You are proficient with that weapon. You can only have one at a time. The weapon disappears if you're more than 1.5 meters away from it for more than 10 seconds. In other words, if somebody disarms you, you better go and pick it up again. A magical weapon is pretty useful. Blind Pact weapon. Bind to your main weapon. Its damage becomes magical. You cannot drop or throw it, and you become proficient. You can only have one Pact weapon. Target gets a 1d4 ability. Vicious Mockery. Okay, I'm going to go Pact to the Chain. And we're going to use these familiars to do things for us. Race. Oh, we've got Fairy Fire. Nice. All targets within light turn visible. Attack rolls have an advantage. That is such a useful thing. It puts like a fire around them. Makes them easier to hit, basically. Do we want to change any of our spells? I think we probably do. I think we want to bring one of our level 2s in, don't we? We've got Burning Hands. We know that's a close combat spell that does a lot of damage. We've got this one, which is a bit... 3 meters is not great for us. So could we swap that out for something out the level 2 tree, maybe? Quite like this Shatter ability. But I'm wondering if we should get the Mirror image. Not being hit sounds like a fantastic thing to have. Burning Hands is a good one. I think we've already got Burning Hands in our... So if we swap out this offensive spell for this one... Cleric has leveled up. Now they've got level 2 spells here. It's a much more powerful heal. Not managed to use Bane very much yet. Yeah, the spiders just sit around while we consider how we're going to level our abilities up. Lesser Restoration. Cure a creature from disease, poison, paralysis, and blindness. A warding bond. Ward an ally. They gain resistance to all damage and a +1 to their armor class until they've long rested. Wow. Cannot be charmed, frightened, or become enraged. That's pretty tasty. Hold a humanoid enemy still. Keep in mind that level 2 healing spell cannot be used while in combat. Really? This one? Can only be used outside of combat. That's a very good spot. We're not having that then. Heal your allies and increase their hit point maximum by 5 points until long rest. Oof. That is a nice spell when you're facing a big fight. Spiritual weapon. Summon a floating spectral weapon that attacks your enemies alongside you. Huh. That's like a constant second attack against your enemies that just does a D8 +3. That's a bonus action as well. Create a soundproof sphere. All within are silenced and immune to thunder damage. For 100 turns. Spiritual weapon sounds amazing. Blindness, enhance ability. We'll take that. We're going to have a combat heal, aren't we? This is a gotta be stood next to you to heal you type thing for a D8 +3. This is the I can heal you from range, but not like 4 to 7 hit points. Is not even a third of our hit point pool. Yeah, we're going to need that at some point for a spellcaster. Keith Rion, thank you for 31 months. Can blind be used? See, blinding stuff is just fantastic. basic crowd control. See, I didn't use Bane in that fight at all. Maybe we should swap out Bane for blindness and try that. Okay, do we have a ranged heal or a melee heal? I think a melee heal. You can always sup a potion if they need to. Ranged heals are good, but 4 to 7 is not a lot. Right, spiritual weapon we can use. Gives us an extra attack. Blindness so we can shut them down a bit. Aid so that we can boost outside of combat. Get our hit points up. Until we long rest, though, it's a bit of a once-a-day thing, isn't it, really? Then we've got Inflict Wounds and Guiding Bolt, melee and ranged. And then finally, Roguey Rogue. Man, this guy just got a lot of stuff. Arcane Trickster. Thief and Assassin. Arcane Tricksters are rogues with a clever touch of magic, using illusions and enchantments to keep their opponents on the back foot. Assassin. You are the deadliest against unprepared enemies. In combat, you have an advantage on attack rolls against creatures that haven't taken a turn yet. Assassinate, Ambush. Assassin's Alacrity. Or Thief. Fast Hands and Second Story Work. Well, if he went this road, what would he get? Gets Poison, Bone, Ray of Frost. Dancing Lights illuminate a 9-meter radius. You'd get a couple of spells. You could have Charm Person, Colour Spray, blind creatures up to a combined 33 hit points for 1 turn. Disguise, Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Put a creature into a magical slumber. Yeah, he's got some crowd control. Expanded. Whoa, he could do Burning Hands. Are you serious? Chromatic Orb. Hurl a sphere that does 3 to 24 thunder damage and possibly creates a surface on impact. Alternatively, choose a different type of damage. I mean, Ice Knife. Throw a shard of ice up to 18 meters that does 1 to 10 piercing damage. It explodes and deals 2 to 12 cold damage to anyone nearby, and it leaves ice on the surface. The spell can be cast while you are silenced. I presume that makes it slippy. It's not terrible, that. Mage Armor. Protect from attacks. Increase its armor class to 13 plus dex modifier. Magic missile. Shoot 3 magical darts, each dealing 2 to 5 force damage. They always hit their target. That's the thing about magic missile. It never misses. It's just like guaranteed damage. It is a classic. It doesn't scale. That's the problem with it. It really depends what we wanted to do with this thief. Like, do we want to go assassin? Want to go thief? Arcane trickster? I think we'll go arcane trickster. We'll take the magic missile for the lols. For spells, we're going to go... We'll try and put some stuff to sleep. Get some crowd control going. We could try either blinding. Charm is good, but only on humanoids. So it only lasts 1 turn. That's the problem with that one. I don't know, King Gorson. So that has to have an intelligence of 5 or more. I think we'll take that. Cantrips. Lights, minor illusion. Blade ward's not bad, is it? For 2 turns. On yourself. I think he needs to poison gas. Sounds good. Throw a bubble of acid that damages each creature it hits for d6. It's not huge, is it? That can be used to slow something down. That's quite nice. It's a bit more crowd control. Okay, let's do that with him. Okay, well, we can't save. We can only quick save. Right. Now we've all got a few more hit points. Let's see if we can get down here and fight some stuff.
Moving ahead.
I'm not allowed to save, but I did a quick save with F5. Cannot reach this. So... how exactly do we loot this stuff? Can we jump?
What's next, I wonder?
Alright, what now?
How exactly are we supposed to... I can't go that way. I can't go that way. I don't think we can actually go any further.
Have to
Can we
keep
go
going.
up here? Maybe that web was the only way across. If I click this, I can't get there at all. It kind of feels like I had to leave that web up. Unless we can jump over there, maybe. Can't I summon my thingy and send that thing down there? Really? Where's my little summon spell? Find familiar, was that it? Spider. I could summon a spider and send it in there. That's amazing. A raven, a rat, a frog, a crab, a cat, quasit, and an imp. Summon an imp that can fly. Should we try that? Right, you. Can I send you that way? Can't get that. No, not you. How do I send you? I want you to go over there. What do you mean you can't get there? Fly. I would like you to fly over there, please. Can it not aggro them over? There we go. Back this way. Kite it, dude. Kite it. Dismiss, summon, fly, disengage, hide, dash. I don't think... How do we become... There you go. Until long rest. Wait, what? Oh, it just... I thought it had attacked something else then. You come here. I'm just thinking if he kites things over here, we can attack them. Right, can you... fly Hey! That's how we kite enemies over. Can't loot them, but I can kite them over. Whoa, you hacker. You utter hacker. Kind of want you to get out of the way now. You just stay over there. Wait, why? So why is everybody else not actually had an attack yet? This camera's a bit annoying with the elevation. 24 hit points. Path is interrupted. I literally can't put him anywhere.
What's the plan?
He's got 10 XP. Well, she got 10 XP for one shot on it. Right, can you go down there? Can you loot? That would be so good if it could. Oh, you can't loot. Tries to figure out the rope it has crafts. Yeah. I must admit, we've got a lot of rope and I can't get over that breach and I don't know why. Really like to go in here. Maybe I should have left that thing in the first place. What the? Oh, there's got to be nice stuff in here. You should be fine, M. Hoffman. I can't, don't it won't let me go through the river bit. Hello. 125 hit point phase spider matriarch. You friendly? My imp is about to die. She's a big girl. There's issues being reported, like what? I think we're just going to have to leave this cavern and come back. You know, I don't know if I can reset it. Oh, what is that? That's got to be some kind of useful plot thing right there. Look at this. It's incredibly frustrating. That is where we are, and we're not allowed to jump through here for whatever reason. Camera, please. Just says can't go there. Can't even fly through there, I don't think. Maybe there's a well outside the village. Maybe that's it. Maybe I need to go to the well and go down the well. You might well be correct. Maybe just the way I happen to have come in through the sneaky wall thing is not the only way in. Let's go back out to the village. Find the well.
At least things have stayed interesting. Need to find a way forward.
Did I loot all these?
Open up.
Yeah, I think it is.
Better not be cursed.
Trap disarm kit, nice.
Don't give me trouble now.
Let's get Chav on the locks. 15, come on Chav. Oh! What I was saying. Didn't he crit the door in there as well? That's 2 crits he's had. Potion of speed, potion of healing, a haste helm. At the start of combat, the wearer gains momentum for 3 turns. That's a rare haste helm. Gains momentum. What does that mean? Spurred on by the sense of urgency, the affected entity's movement speed has increased by 1.5 meters per remaining duration. Okay, so the one we want to wear that is the one that we want going into combat, which is not Chav. Ideally, it's like your fighter or something. I think we'll give it to the cleric. I don't know what we're meant to do with these tablets.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Right, I just need a very quick bio break. I should be right back. Chair hype.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well...
I have a lot on my mind. Highcliff's blueprints. That's one where we need to get that stuff, isn't it? Oh, what's that up there? Goblin Devout. Ah, here's the well.
I'll give it a shot.
Who's that?
Apart from an overgrowth of moss,
Oh, come on, let's go.
looks unremarkable.
Let's go and take out the spider matriarch. I know what's in there. I want to go down there. Ooh, that was close.
Dry stones line the wall. At the bottom, something gleams in the dappled light.
That woman's voice is funny. Climb down the bucket rope. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. That's more like it. A ruby ring. We'll have that. Short sword. You can keep that. You came down here with a short sword. You actual madman. Studded shield. Armor class +2.
I'm ready.
What's she got right now?
There is work to do.
So, great sword. It's got to be heavy. Okay, so that's how you ping apparently.
Let's get going. Should mind my step.
We know that the spider is one level higher, so we'll go up this thing. Come on, don't be shy. Right, where are you? Do you think we can actually walk across this, or we'll just get stuck on it? I'm thinking we'll just get slowed down, but we can otherwise move over it. Yeah, I'll probably get the sword on the way out. Oh, an old backpack.
What's hiding here?
Let's find out. A lute! Musical instruments for a bard. So we could have walked over that thing. Dead goblin child. That's not very nice of that spider, is it? Come on, where are you, Missy? I don't know if we need skulls at all. This is where she was earlier. She was over here. There she is. Hello. Is she a phase one? She is as well. So I mean, I think maybe we just get the imp to kite her over. She's bound to teleport here. I'd rather fight here than on this lot. This is far too easy to damage and drop down. So let's see if we can separate the imp out. So she spawned a bunch of eggs and then teleported over here. Okay then. How many points do you have? 6. It's quite a lot. So the imp's only got 10 hit points, so it'll probably die fairly quickly. I don't know what attack damage they have. Armor class 8. Web Walker. It doesn't actually say what attack they do.
Time for a cull.
Okay, let's see what we can do. We have poison spray, probably not much use against a spider. Frost, which would slow it down except it can teleport. Can't use Tash's Hideous Laughter on her. 24 hit points, not going to work on this thing. Flourish, Mage Hand, Magic Missile, guaranteed hit. %, high defense. Interesting. Okay. Chipped away at it. So I'm expecting these will come this way. They'll probably move quite quickly. There's also a spider down here somewhere. Not sure how that gets up here. It might just phase up. Same with this one. Yeah, it's a lot of hit points, this matriarch. A lot. It's going to be a tough fight. Probably die, to be honest, but we'll find out.
Moving.
I don't think there's anything else you can realistically do. Well, that's a very good question. If I destroy this web, can they get... I don't think they can go that way, can they? And they're not phase ones, I don't think. Oh, they are. They can probably just teleport over here. We'll have to find out. Can Imp attack this? Oh, he's run out of movement. Okay. What is the best thing we can do against this lot? Blindness works against... We could try blinding it. Be a constitution save. It has a fairly low constitution, but it says +2 to con checks. Or we just try to smash it. Or we move over there and go burning hands on it. We should probably duplicate ourselves, to be honest.
move.
We go here. Right, floating spear, maul, halberd, great sword, or a great axe. They all do the same damage. Quite like a trident. Let's have a floating trident. Okay. The rogue can't move. That's pretty much all you're doing. Their ability to teleport is somewhat annoying. Okay, the cleric is not in a good state right now. Yeah, but they didn't even go for that, did they? They went straight for the cleric. Like they completely ignored this, which is somewhat annoying.
Don't waste a step.
Okay, so we do that. We need to heal the cleric if I can. It's the trident's attack, I think. Oh wow, our illusionary double we get to control. So if we put that... Oh, we can't even move it. Interesting. Yeah, that completely wiped her out. It wiped her out and really hurts Chav as well. Is there any way you can destroy this? I guess not.
Feel death's cold grip.
Okay, Mr. Almost Dead Rogue. Points, 24 hit points, 115 hit points. This is not good. Okay, so you're back to 1 hit point. Well done. That did absolutely nothing. Again, absolutely smashed. So the cleric's on 1 hit point and can't do anything. Fantastic. Your turn. Annoyingly, they've spread out as well. We could try the illusion to see if it distracts them. It might buy us some time. Oh look, there's a cat. Yeah, it's possible, Andy lad. I mean, I thought I'd have a go just to see what we can do, you know? This is the... Can't reach that, annoyingly. This trident doesn't have a great movement range. I was really hoping we could take that out, but it's not letting me. And the cleric's down again. 3948, thank you for 8 months. Dan Rofat, thank you for 5 years, mate. And Keithy, thank you for 31 months. This spider web is on 1 hit point. If I attack it now... Huzzah! Okay, you just keep kiting them. Alright, so Rogue's on 2 hit points and has a dead cleric next to him. There's this guy here on 14 hit points. See, this has intelligence 6. What have you got? Is it worth trying Tasha's hideous laughter? %45% high defense. 50%. I don't know if you can give a potion to her. I don't know if you can do that. What do you mean no target? Sleep. Why can I not cast sleep on that? Like I'm clicking on it, it's not doing anything. What does this mean? can't cast sleep on it. I don't know why. Annoyingly, we need the cleric's heals, and the cleric keeps getting knocked out. Why can't you... Why is she unable to heal?
Have to keep going.
She can't do anything. Like none of her abilities. How do we get spell slots back? You need to rest. Is that because she got downed? I really wish that had knocked him off. This trident's not been able to do anything. Oh my god, they just teleported. Imp's going down. Oh, she's getting more. She's getting more little eggs. Dear me. This is brutal. Just died. Okay, roguey rogue. We might be able to kill something. Fancy that.
Tormented.
Victory music, we've won! Can't get over to her. And roll down. No. Okay.
Oh, that will need some healing.
Back on your feet, cleric. Where did that little one go? Oh, what? Did you go up there? I don't think there's anything I can do to get all these hit points back. Of course. Just what you need. This is where you wish you brought your AoE spells. They're all attacking the trident. Okay, well, she's on 1 billion hit points still. Cheeky heal. Do a firebolt, we could do a poison spray. It's only attack 1. She's just like, this cleric is completely useless. There's not a single thing she can do. Everything. Like, how are you supposed to recover from this? There's just nothing she can do. She can't cast a spell, she can't hit, she can do absolutely nothing. Just stand there at 1 hit point waiting to get down again. Not enough resources for an action. And she'll be dead in a second. Right, what are you on?
With haste.
Oh, what? I didn't mean to do that. Critted it. That's 2 gone. Feed the cleric to the spider. Might as well. This teleportation ability is absolutely ridiculous. Well, the reason I'm doing it is to learn, really. I know I'm not going to win this fight, but I'm going to learn a lot by trying. Yeah, they're pretty much all dead now. Look at the rogues, like, dodging around. Okay. So where did I... Saved it there, didn't I? That's where we kind of just gone down, isn't it? Yeah, we learned a lot from that. We learned that if you die, you're pretty much done. Like, you get revived, you've got 1 hit point, and you can't do a single thing. Nothing. So if your cleric gets knocked out, your heals are gone. Like, apart from the potion, which is pretty useless. I need a greater potion, not a little potion. Did I get everything? Let's get this. Get these bits and pieces, and we'll go back up top.
Something good here.
Backpack. Oh, what's that? Copper ring.
I'll take that.
I'll take that.
Seems simple enough.
Cool. At least we know how to go down though. Spider matriarch. What's this? A goblin brawler. Wait, what's that in there? I want to see what all this chatting's about up here. Can our cleric heal us up?
I'm ready.
Take your
Got to keep moving.
How long does it take to get that back? Yeah, they look like 3 trolls.
Might find something useful. Nothing.
Go on then! Make it good!
Never a dull moment.
Yeah, let's see what all this.
Another step forward.
Look at him fly!
Rescue the gnome.
What have we got here? Oh, stop this thing!
All right.
The goblin seems unsure whether to bow to you or attack.
What do you want? Oh, I mean, what do you need?
An explanation. Tell me what you're doing with that deep gnome at once. Leave immediately. The prisoner is mine now. Did I tell you to stop? Okay, I'm going to try this.
You want to take that little pipsqueak? But we're supposed to take him hostage! But you know that, of course. Don't ya? You are blessed. And ya? A true soul?
Yeah.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Oh boy. Cease your babbling, what did you mean? I don't answer to the likes of you. Deception, naturally, do I look cursed to you? Intimidation, say nothing, stir down the gibbering coward. I love that one. I'm a true soul, your prisoner is now mine. I like this. Say nothing. Just like passive aggressive, the guy. Just look at him, make him feel like an idiot.
Pardon, sir. Didn't mean to doubt you. I know my place. Well, that's that. We'll be on our way. Do as you like with the pipsqueak.
The goblins slink backwards, afraid to take their eyes off you.
Stop, I have questions. Do we have questions? What questions do we have? I don't know what questions we have. I just thought it was funny. I don't know whether to just let him go or just ask questions. Right, you decide. Let's see how this works. It's your vote. I've no idea how you do it. Something on your pop-up, maybe. Nothing popped up. So much for that working. Is there literally nothing on the overlay? Yeah, it links. The overlay's definitely running. We don't see anything. You think it's broken because Twitch is having issues? Oh, God. Right, okay. All right.
Ask the pipsqueak on the spinny tower. We're out of here.
All right, then.
Fresh meats. Scared meats. Yes.
Who's saying fresh meat? So, I think the question we should have asked him was, how do we actually stop this thing? Oh, it just asks you to vote. Interesting. Let's see if the rogue can go inside and find something. Release brake lever, brake lever. The problem is I've got to stop it in the right position now.
What's going on back there?
Oh, what a perfect stop.
Go check it out.
Right. We'll get it sorted.
Wait, where did he come from? He just ran off.
Help me down.
He just ran off. Doesn't make any sense. We just got a cutscene from a guy who left.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Cut me loose.
What's in it for me?
Free me and find out.
Nope.
Come on. What are you waiting for?
Oh, come on. Why can't we, like... I just want to sit over there and just drink some wine and go, you know, I can stay here all day. How about you? If Skyrim's taught you anything, it's not to cut people down. Well, hang on. If he's an enemy of the goblin...
Here goes nothing.
Come on, untie me.
Is it... What? What the heck? Well, I guess that solves that one. Oh my god, I did not expect that to happen. I thought release the brake lever would just mean let it spin round.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Well, okay. McDean Rail, thank you for 6 months. We'll never know. I don't know if we've missed anything now. That's the problem. Oh, I kind of want... Oh. Where was up to here? Oh. I want to know if he was worth keeping or not. And I'm not going to know if we just let him fly off. I did not expect that. I don't know if we want him in the party. I don't even know what he can do. If we let him go, he'll probably cast spells on us and run away. I don't trust him one bit.
On my way.
What have we got here? Stop!
The goblins.
What do you want? Oh, I mean, what do you need?
Hang on, let me see what he wants with him.
You are...
A strange symbol glows,
Yeah.
marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Wait, didn't we roll a 5 last time? I'm very suspicious.
Pardon, sir. Didn't mean to...
The goblins slink backwards, afraid.
All right, come on, you...
Right.
Come on, blood breath. Let's find you something to eat. All right, then. Fresh meat. Yeah.
K2, thank you for 18 months. Such a good stop. Okay.
Cut me loose. Free me and find out. Bagakabara. There's pustulant thugs. Well, get on with it.
Get on with what? I freed you. A little compensation would be nice. You seem a little confused.
Compensation? Was that all? Well, I expected worse from the likes of you. Take my pack, if you can find it. The only reason those goblins caught me was its weight. I'll travel lightly from now on.
You're a little far from home for a deep gnome.
Ignorance is alive and well, it seems. Deep gnomes aren't restricted to the Underdark, you know. I've lived in Baldur's Gate for years. I'm in search of a friend. I fear he's in trouble. See this? I gave it to him years ago before I left home. I found it around the neck of a thug in the lower city. It was speckled with blood. My friend, nowhere to be found. But I still have hope. I have reason to believe he's in the Underdark. Hopefully, I'll pick up his trail from there. I always help my friends. On that note, I bid thee farewell. If we should meet again, well, we will have met again.
Where's his backpack then?
No traps, please.
You said you can have my backpack, but it didn't actually tell us what it was. He said if you can find it. Which means...
Don't touch me.
Let's bring the rogue in.
Over there.
Makeshift spear and scimitar. Well, his backpack's not up here. And if it was hidden, there's a good chance the rogue would have spotted it with his perception. So maybe it's not here, maybe it's in the town somewhere. Oh, what's this? Aha, hang on. Right, everybody together, let's go. Have you found any magic gloves? We found...
Alright, what now?
What am I to do?
Was it her that found them?
No time to rest.
The gloves of power. We found.
What now?
Still alive. So that's progress.
Well, hello.
Well, hello.
Certainly.
Ooh. This speedy light feat. When the wearer dashes or takes similar action during combat, they gain 3 lightning charges. What? Three lightning charges?
No time to dally.
There you go, love. Have some boots. They look pretty good as well. Shiny boots.
Careful, I bite.
Is this his backpack, maybe? Smoke powder satchel. Explodes when ignited. Baguette. That is a grande baguette. Don't think I need Tanner's Delight shoes, thank you very much. Item can't be added to your inventory, I'm not surprised. Well, I think maybe that was his backpack. Is that blocked? He's not perceiving anything.
Let's see.
Never a dull moment.
My faith protects me. Welcome, rest.
Get a cheeky short rest.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Oh yes, they will. Right. What is that? Let's go back down here and go and have a look at those trolls. See if we can't have a little discussion with them. They're in here, aren't they?
Oh, a game for surface children.
Tastes like chicken. No chicken. Tastes like fish. Gentlemen, contain yourselves. This quarrel sours our feast. Besides, tastes like pork. And what surprise is this? Brothers, look here. I have eyed yet another prize. Fortune favors our bellies. Stranger, be you friend or food, the mark is her measure. Show us the brand of the absolute.
You're quite elegant for an ogre. I bears no such brand. Deception. I'll do you one better. I'm one of the absolute's chosen disciples. That is our answer. come on.
Indeed. How regrettable that your meat must go unsavored. Food? Food. Not food. Friend.
We've got 3 ogre friends. This is great. You're quite the articulate ogre. I love this. I notice you don't bear a brand of your own. I've seen a few other ogres in these parts attack or leave.
I've no use for the Absolute, or any god. I follow 2 masters only. Gluttony and greed. The goblins understand my appetites. They sate my hunger for gold.
At least he's honest.
And the rest sate my hunger for meat. Boss Goblin give gold. We check brand. Good deal. No talk.
Boss Goblin gives gold, eh? Forget goblins, you should be fighting for me. Why?
Am I not astonishing? A robust diet makes for a shrewd mind, you
Yeah,
see.
that. A robust diet makes for a shrewd mind.
I'm a gourmand. And you, a delicacy. Were I so lucky?
I've seen a few ogres in these parts.
We follow the sense of blood and gold to all lands fertile, friend. And this land proves particularly fruitful. I am, by all accounts, a student of higher commerce and extortion. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
1,000 gold? I can't give him that. Persuasion. I'll pay you in flesh of the fallen, you'll have your fill. Okay, well, let's try that. What do we need? 20? Oh my god. We're just 17 or higher. Jeez, man. It was a good roll, but that's asking too much.
A slip of the tongue. You meant to make a better offer, surely. Oh, but you do love to tease.
I like this ogre.
Alas, not so much as a nibble. Food? No, not food.
See, I think that gives us some... We could hire them for 1,000 gold is maybe what the game's trying to say. That persuasion 20 roll was too much. But if they would fight for us, we could go straight down that well, kill that spider, and they could eat spider flesh. But yeah, I don't have 1,000 gold to. But if they're still there, you know, if they stick around. It's a pile of books, though. Will they attack if we start looting?
Let's have a look. That might be worth a look.
Dwarf better. Dwarf sweet like honey. Must you? This inane chatter pains me.
Wait, what? A cracked support beam.
Oh, for shut mouth.
Are we meant to attack these people? 59 hit points. 67 hit points. They probably hit like an absolute truck, these guys. It's just the fact there's like this support beam is cracked.
Gnome tastes good, not bad.
Right.
Dwarf better.
Let's try something here. Let's save it. Okay, that didn't do anything. Why did that support beam not collapse? I was expecting that to collapse. Too many hit points to sleep. He's now on the floor laughing. I like it. Don't think we can get over and flourish.
Outmaneuver them.
Oh, he could have gone up there. Ranged attack. Okay, can we send... I was hoping if we took that out, the whole thing would collapse. We haven't got enough movement to get over there. Okay.
I'm ready.
See if they'll attack that, shall we? This is why we need a fighter. Really need a tank. Completely ignores duplicate. Good, good. Okay, the priest is looking a little bit vulnerable.
Can't slow down.
Why have you got no spells available whatsoever? This is bad. I think maybe he needs a long rest because he just hasn't got anything available. Can we take out another one? Oh, the other one's getting back up. Maybe putting it on this one cancel that one. I think it did. Interesting. Okay.
This should work.
Okay. She's dazed. It's disadvantage on wisdom saving throws. Can't take reactions. Loses dexterity bonus to their armor class. Youch. Don't really have a lot of spells available for this fight, if I'm honest. I think we could win it, but not given the current setup. Warlocks restore on short. What does that mean? Oh, you mean the short rest on the Warlock, gotcha. Uh-oh. This hasn't gone to plan. Critical miss. Right, Mr. Warlock, you need to do something quite substantial. He could Scorching Ray. He could Mirror Image, which would boost his armor class. He could Burning Hands 2 of them. He can put his thing up. I need crowd control, really. That would distract attackers. That would probably help everybody, but I need to be outputting damage as well. Target is too close. I think if a Burning Hands, we're probably going to damage friendlies. Right, Rogue, what can you do for us? Frank's down to 6 hit points. Unfortunately, the cleric, if the cleric gets targeted, there's a bit of a risk going on. Oh, you stupid imp. Okay, we can back the clerics off. Oh, we can't. We'll get hit. Could take a potion, hit him with a firebolt. I'm gonna back her away. She'll get hit on the way out. Or do I stay there? No, we'll stay there. Ouch. That definitely hit the rogue. Okay, what have we got? 47 hit points, 59 hit points. If you lump the enlightened out, the other one may run away, I don't know. See, would a minor illusion work on one of these two? Would that illusion cause one of them to be distracted by it? I don't know. Is it worth trying? I don't know if it's raining. Can't see. Dang it. Target is too close. I can't actually see if moving away would cause him to attack. Not enough space. I'm literally too close to do anything. But if I try to step away, I'll get hit. Retreat safely. Right. 1 to 12 poison. 1 to 10 firebolt. 35% chance to hit. That is terrible because we're dazed, we can't hit anything. Yeah, most of the big stuff is on cooldown. Didn't really anticipate having a fight with these guys, that's the problem. D10, or we can do 2 to 7 ranged. That has a 50% chance of hitting. That's a 55. They just keep saving. That's not a fun ability. This is a bit of a mess in the middle here, isn't it? Right, what can you now do? Can you hit him? Still too close. Right, he's down to 28. Rogie is looking pretty bad. Hella flask that explodes on impact with flames. Oh, I forgot about the smoke powder. Automatically critically hits objects and environments. Ooh. That's basically he's walking around with a grenade. The problem is I can't disengage the rogue. He's still stunned. That dazed is like lasting for another turn, so he keeps missing everything. And he really doesn't want to be standing where he's standing, but if I try and walk away, I'll get hit. Can't hit a barn door. Nice.
Ready.
Right, cleric. Well, he uses dexterity to dodge, and because he's dazed, he's like, "Grr." He doesn't get his dex bonus. So he's really easy to hit as well. It's like a bad debuff. Just having these really good abilities on cooldown is frustrating. %50 chance to hit. Oh man, he's so annoying. That's a great camera. Okay, so Chav is pretty nearly dead right now. That's the rogue's last one. Fortunately, he's no longer dazed. It's an RPG game. It's an RPG game, but when you go into combat, it goes turn-based. Nine hit points. Can finish this guy off. Oh, scumbag.
Can't give up.
She can't even cast her heals on people. He is 2 hit points off death. Okay. That's 2. Is he dead? Because he's on 1 hit point. He's not actually dead, is he? See, Fank is dead, but Lump is not dead. Maybe we're supposed to interrogate him.
Very well.
Just another 59 hit points. Damage output on this cleric is just... honestly... And she missed. Not enough space. I swear the imp is doing all the damage. And tanking for us.
Gotta keep fighting.
Where's Roguey Rogue? Oh, no wonder I can't even revive him. He's under the body. How am I supposed to even get to him? Oh my god.
Let's finish this.
He's literally underneath an ogre. I can't even click on him. To get him on his feet. Oh, he's got no... If he moves away, he has a free attack. If he stays there, he's going to get attacked. Like, he has no choice but to stand there and take it. Oh, I think he took the imp out. Near enough. Where's the, only 60%? Not that you had disengage as a bonus action as a rogue on the road. Let's have a look. Disengage. Not that he can go particularly far.
Quickly.
4 hit points, imp. I tell you what, that imp has been pretty good.
Need to stay focused.
It's helped tanking. Right, do we firebolt it or ranged attack it? Possibly dazes your target. Could try that and see if we can daze it. Saved. Dang it. Worth a shot, I think. Right, we don't want him back in melee range. %35% is rubbish. How do we, this sneak attack thing, how do we get him to sneak so he can sneak attack?
Just like old times.
But where does he actually have to be? Like, if I was a rogue in D&D, I'd try and get behind them so we can get 2 times damage behind, that kind of thing. But I don't know how you use the sneak attack. You have to have something between you to break line of sight. The bottom button on the left side. You mean hide? You can sneak attack as long as you have a friend within 5 feet of the target. And that ally isn't incapacitated. So now he's hiding, is he? So if I like send him around there. Is he hiding for next go? He's on. The imp's on 2 hit points.
To let up.
Man, this thing is tough. Oh, the imp's gone. Imp down. Imp down. How could you possibly miss? That massive thing with his back to you. Bottom button of the party bar, there's a sneak button. No idea though if it works in turn combat. Well, see, look, sneak attack ranged, sneak attack melee. Yeah? If I go sneak attack ranged, you can do it now. Wow, we are nearly dead. The imp died. A whole chicken and 2 gold. Totally worth it.
What's inside?
You're carrying too much and are encumbered. Wait, who's encumbered?
Will guide me.
Camp supplies sack. Why don't you give that to Shadowheart? I'm not eating raw chicken.
Anything of use?
Anything of use? Literally got nothing on him. Oh, the locket. Wait a minute, didn't the gnome that we rescued from the windmill give us a tarnished locket? Well, it definitely gave us a locket. Man, that was a tough fight. Right, what do we do with this guy? Knocked out. Lump's Warhorn. Sound this horn to call Lump's frenzied band of ogres. They will feast on anyone they can get their hands on, but if you've made a deal with them, they will make an effort to spare your party. Wait, what? But we haven't made a deal with him, and we've killed 2 of his friends, so how's that going to work? A scroll of blur. Attackers have disadvantage on attack rolls. Diary of Lump the Enlightened. The Triumphs and Travels of Lump the Enlightened. Day 1. Now that I see truth, I can scarcely remember a time before. At first, I thought it was the human's thin flesh that bestowed this gift, but I've come to believe it was the circlet she wore. There was a crunch in that chew. Day 4. No day 2 and 3. Day 4. The goblin boss, Draw Ragslin, made a tantalizing proposal. Spare any prey bearing this new god's brand and feast on the rest. He offered considerable coin in return. That's it. 1 page. That's his diary. They're not actually dead though, are they? They're just downed.
Something good here. I hope.
That is for Azoth and other gods. I don't even know if that entire fight was necessary. Like, we only kind of did it just to see what would happen. I mean, we got his Warhorn off him, but I don't know. What's that noise? What's that noise?
Keep your distance, darling. Step quick.
You noticed something on the way through? What was that? Does that mean that's a teleportation point? Mikey, thank you for 3 years.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
In it. That imp was incredibly useful in that fight. It really was. Ten hit points, but it was an absolute legend at just like nipping away. So I think we need to long rest. Go to camp and end the day.
Light on my feet.
Where's she?
No time to waste.
There she is. Traveller's chest. Is this our general? Channeler's trunks. What? Mask of the Shapeshifter. I tell you what, we've burned through most of the healing potions.
This way.
Why has she got like completely different outfit on in the evening? What's all this about? She's like, I'll just slip into something more comfortable. Let me get this armor off.
Yes.
You make more? I've no idea. Just the imp.
You don't sleep well, flitting between dreams and nightmares. Maybe you wake up because you know something is wrong. Or maybe you just get lucky.
Shit. No, it's not what it looks like. I swear. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood.
There, in the dim firelight, you see him for what he really is. A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
So we got a vampire in the party. Well, that's great. I mean, you know, I didn't want him anyway. Melee attack. Pick up a stake and lunge at the monster.
I've never killed anyone. Well, not for food. I feed on animals. Boars. Deer. Kobolds. Whatever I can get. But it's not enough. Not if I have to fight. I feel so weak. If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer. Fight better. Please.
Nope. That's a hard
A
pass.
strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds, secrets half revealed.
A strange sensation courses through you. Why didn't you tell me? I don't care how much you need. You're not drinking my blood. Push into his mind, searching for the truth. Yeah. Don't think we're going to be able to pass that one. We can try it. Oh, it's only a 2.
What's this? What's happening?
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back. His mind opens up, revealing cracked and quivering memories. At their heart, you see dark eyes commanding you to feed. You open your mouth and bite down, not into a tender neck, but into the twisting body of a rat, the only thing your master lets you eat.
You ate animals because you were forced to, not because you wanted to.
Yes. Yes, I ate whatever disgusting vermin my master picked. So you can see why I'm slow to trust you. But I do trust you. And you can trust me.
I don't think so. I do, I believe you. You tried to bite me. Exactly. Leave. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. I love that. Get out the party. Now.
Because we don't have a choice. Not if we're going to save ourselves from these worms. I need you alive. You need me strong. Please. Only be a taste. I swear.
Just a taste.
I'll be well. You'll be fine. And everything can go back to normal.
How about no?
No. No, of course. Silly of me to even ask. I'll go and find something on 4 legs to eat, I suppose.
Yep.
See you in the morning.
Yep, you do that. Should we tell him to go? Should we just kick him out? Actually, I should have got rid of his stuff first, I think. I was going to get rid of him anyway. It's quite useful having a rogue around, but I don't like a vampire. We do need him at the moment. We can let him go later.
You watch him stalk away, slumped, sulking, and ready to kill.
I mean, if he wants to go biting rats, I don't really care. What's that weird exclamation mark? No, don't tell me he's got a debuff.
Morning. I hope last night's little unpleasantness hasn't left a bad taste in your... Well, I hope there are no bad feelings.
Not at all. Having a vampire on our side could be useful. No, but I have questions. How are you standing in the sun? You're lucky I didn't kill you. Oh, I actually want to know how he's doing this.
Oh, I have no idea. By rights, I should be cinders in this light, but someone or something is keeping me alive. Standing in the sun, wading through a river, wandering into homes without an invitation. They're all perfectly mundane activities now. As for my other quirks, well, we can figure those out in time.
What's causing this? The Mind Flares parasite? If I can help, just ask. We're in this together. Figure them out quickly. I don't want any more surprises.
No more surprises. You have my word. I'm just glad you're being sensible about these revelations. I was worried people might turn up with torches and pitchforks. Although there's still time.
A vampire? Well, that explains the pallor. Given our group's nature, I don't see much harm. We're each monsters in the making, after all.
This drow-skinned warlock is like, yeah, he's a monster. We need him, like it or not. I trust him, he won't know. If you don't like it, you can leave.
He's not wrong. We're bound together, no matter what comes.
Maybe we could get him to wear a bell. Dissuade any nighttime prowling.
There now. We're all friends again. Shall we go? There's a long day ahead of us.
Man. Where even is this? Like, I can't even zoom in or out anymore. Alright. I think we're going to have to stop there. That is now saved. Interesting first day. Right, guys, I'm heading out. Thank you for watching. Interesting characters. I need a fourth party member. I really want to get a fighter. I need some tanking melee on the team. And if I get the opportunity to swap the rogue out, I may well do that. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching. I shall be back tomorrow. The usual time, 11 o'clock, for another day of streaming, so hopefully see you then. Thank you for your support as ever. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you all tomorrow. If not, have a great Sunday. I don't know if there's a weapons master, Astro Steve. You're on holiday. Lol. Right, guys. See you tomorrow. Take it easy. Love you all. Good night.